A very good morning to all our distinguished guests, respected members of the media, and dear attendees. We are honored to have you with us today as we embark on this journey of insights and leadership.
An organization's greatest strength will always be its people. Its deepest power will always be its are truly that can redefine the future. On that profound note, I, Muskan,
And I, Akshat,
of the MBA Batch 2527, proudly welcome you all on behalf of Indian Institute of Management Raipur to our flagship event, HR Summit 2025. This year, we unite under the powerful theme of people, purpose, and possibilities, setting the stage for an enlightening journey ahead.
in today's fast changing world, the role of human resources has become more important than ever, where talent, strategy, and culture converge together. As we face the challenges of a digital first economy and a hybrid workforce, the HR function is evolving, not just as a support system, but as a key driver of business success.
On the global stage, organizations are called to master the art of managing not just performance, but also engagement and belonging. The power of data driven insights combined with a deep understanding of human motivation equips HR leaders to build a culture defined by purpose. Yet, amidst the rise of technology and AI, the essence of our work remains rooted in empathy and connection. It is this blend of technological integration and human centric focus that unlocks the possibilities for a better future.
The HR Summit 2025 here at the Indian Institute of Management Raipur is designed to delve deep into these evolving paradigms. Under the theme People, Purpose, and Possibilities, this summit will explore the critical strategies required to cultivate a workplace that not only drives business success but also inspires and empowers its workforce. Bringing together industry pioneers and thought leaders, this conclave will ignite discussions on how to navigate the challenges of today and build the visionary organizations of tomorrow.
I would now like to invite Professor Sanjeev Prashar, Director in Charge, IIM Raipur, Professor Mohit Goswami, Chairperson, Corporate Relations and Placements, and faculty member to kindly come on the stage and light the lamp.
As is our tradition, we begin with the Saraswati Vandana, invoking Goddess Saraswati, the goddess of learning and knowledge, to bless and guide us throughout the day. I would like to invite Megha Manikandan A, student of IIM Raipur, for the Saraswati Vandana.
या कुन्देन्दु तुषारहारधवला या शुभ्रवस्त्रान्विता या वीणवरदण्डमण्डितकरा या श्वेत पद्मासना या ब्रह्माच्युत शङ्करप्रभृतिभिर्देवैः सदा पूजिता सा मां पतु सरस्वती भगवती निशेष जाड्यापहा.
Thank you, Megha, for the beautiful rendition. I would now request Professor Sanjeev Parashar, Professor Mohit Goswami, Professor Sumit Gupta, and Professor Saroj Kumar Kani to kindly come onto the stage. With this, I would now take the privilege of introducing Professor Mohit Goswami, Chairperson Corporate Relations and Placements. Professor Mohit Goswami, Associate Professor with IIM Raipur, is an accomplished academic and industry expert specializing in operations management, supply chain management, analytics, innovation management, and new product development. He possesses 20 plus years of diversified industry experience across both academia and industry. He has over a decade of diversified industry experience across both India and the USA. He had been associated with companies like Caterpillar Incorporated, Tata Motors Limited, and Tata Hitachi in R&D, design and development, and technology management roles. He earned his PhD in Industrial and Systems Engineering from the Indian Institute of Technology, Kharagpur, and a Master of Science in Engineering Management from the Missouri University of Science and Technology, Missouri, USA. He holds a Bachelor of Technology from the National Institute of Foundry and Forge Technology, Ranchi, India. I would now request Sir to kindly address the gathering.
Good morning to all of you. Our chief guest is going to be us in some time from now. Respected Director in charge, Professor Sanjeev Parashar, Board Member Professor Sumit Gupta, Dean Academics Professor Pani, distinguished guests from the industry, faculty and staff colleagues, and my dear students, Namaskar, and good morning to all of you. Let me thank especially the industry guests here who have come all the way to Raipur from respective places despite having a very busy schedule. I'm sure your life experiences and deeper expertise along with your intent to contribute towards this industry and academia exchange would definitely go a long way in several fruitful associations in multiple ways. Let me also thank my faculty colleagues who have been here today despite being a weekend. Whether it's a weekday or whether it's a weekend, the campus continuously buzzes with MBA classes, executive MBA classes, management development programs, e-learning programs, consulting assignments, student and startup mentoring, and definitely the research marathon that we are all part of. Now coming to the 9th summit of HR 2025, you must have noticed the theme that we have in this version of the HR Summit is people, purpose, and possibilities, wherein we will have 6 panel discussions over a period of 2 days. Let us imagine a typical organization like a river that constantly flows, shapes its path, and nourishes everything around it. If I were to talk about the first part, which is the people, which is the source, just as river begins from mountain springs, lakes, and other streams, an organization also begins with people. Essentially, the leaders, the employees, the social communities around it, and the stakeholders at large. The people essentially are akin to river sources. Without them, there is no flow, there is no movement, there is no life in the organization. So this part is aptly captured by 2 panel discussions out of the 6 panel discussions. Number 1, leadership redefined, building agile, ethical, and human-centered leaders. And second is talent management in the age of AI and automation. Second part, the purpose or the direction. When a river wanders aimlessly, it essentially floods the area around it. Similarly, organizations without any purpose would invariably drift. The purpose is that riverbed which shapes the direction of flow, ensuring that the energies are channelized appropriately, constructively, and not wasted. Purpose gives meaning to every initiative, every value, and every decision. To capture these aspects, which include ethical responsibility, sustainability, and conscious leadership, we have 2 panel discussions at the summit as well, which is number 1, leading with conscience, redefining corporate ethos for modern workplace. Number 2, sustainable HR, people, profit, and planet. Last but not the least, possibilities, which are essentially destination. As the river moves forward, it expands, nurturing life wherever it flows, symbolizing innovation, sustainability, and transformation. When a river meets a seabed or an ocean, it often creates a delta, thus creating newer ecosystem of growth as well as renewal. Along similar lines, the last 2 themes in our summit are, number 1, beyond boundaries, HR as a solution architect, and linking people strategy to financial performance. The possibilities here also emerge when human capital meets strategic vision, when HR and leadership collaborate to build agile, data-driven, and future-ready organizations. As an institute that has consistently grown in the last 15 years, we have ranked top 15 across various rankings, including the NIRF ranks also. We look to actually co-create this delta of possibilities in terms of long-term association with all the organizations that are being represented here. With these thoughts, we have created and conceptualized this year's HR Summit. Our special thanks to our director in charge, whose untiring energy and vision for the institute aligns our effort to such an end. With these words, I welcome you again, and I look forward to learning in this co-creation between industry and academia. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I would now like to take the privilege of introducing Professor Sanjeev Prashar, Director in Charge, IIM Raipur. Professor Prashar is a distinguished faculty in the marketing area at IIM Raipur. With over 35 years of academic experience, he has taught marketing, sales management, and rural marketing at leading business schools in India. He holds an MBA, a PhD in management from the University of Kurukshetra, and a postdoctorate from Putra Business School, Malaysia. A prolific researcher, he has published over 150 research papers in reputed international journals and authored 70+ case studies, several of which are available at Harvard and Ivy Publishing. Professor Prashar has conducted over 13,000 hours of corporate training and consulting across industries and mentored numerous startups. He brings deep expertise in shopping behavior, online buying, and celebrity endorsements. I would now request Sir to kindly address the gathering.
Namaskar. Distinguished guests, my esteemed faculty colleagues, most importantly, this incredible gathering of talent, some of whom would be soon future CEOs, CMOs, CROs, CHROs, and importantly, COOs. The moment we talk about this pivoted HR summit today, it is the moment we need to understand the oil of an organization now is talent. It is people. The defining problem of this decade is not technology. It's not capital. It's not just the market access. It is the talent. We understand technology is available today, will vanish tomorrow, another new technology coming in, and again vanishing the next day. Capital. Most of the economies around the world have already heated up. Dollar needs a way out, way in. India is ready. So capital, it's okay now. Importantly, market access. The most beautiful part of India vis-a-vis China is India has a vast domestic market. Around 68% of our consumption is within. Unlike China, wherein country is really putting impetus to make its domestic market fructify, grow, and somehow survive. For too long, human resource was always siloed. It was always considered as a necessary administrative setup or a function. But this era is over now. Talent strategy is business strategy, and there is no way, no exception to it now. It's the ultimate source of sustained competitive advantage and positioning. Coming down to today's talk, I would center my talk around the three basic constructs. The first, culture, second, capability, and the third, conscience. Let's begin with culture. Many leaders unfortunately make it a mistake of considering culture as a soft aspect, something beautifully painted mission over there on a wall, or team lunches, or something office decor. Unfortunate, this is the dangerous misadventure, is a dangerous misjudgment. Culture is something more than this. It is the operating system of an organization and our systems today. It is the invisible infrastructure that dictates how fast we execute, how quick we take decisions, how fast we are enough to innovate, and very importantly, how decisively we are there to adopt. Culture is now something more than how work gets done when the boss isn't looking. And the consequences of fragmented or toxic culture are quantifiable now. These are available on balance sheets. If we see, take a cue from Gallup's recent research, it says organizations with highly engaged employees which is a direct reflection of healthy organizations or healthy cultures. They invariably see 21% higher profitability and 17% higher productivity as compared to the organizations with low engagement. The moment we say mediocre culture, this is the one which costs nearly quarter of our potential profits within the organizations. Employee disengagement is a silent killer, costing the global economy of $1 trillion. As a future leaders, your role is to be the custodian of the environment. That means it is a time we embrace public analytics, people analytics as early as possible. This is a sophisticated convergence of the technology, workforce data, and very importantly, business matrices. It is a time we diagnose our organizational health with the same rigor as we diagnose our quarterly financial reports. This is the point when we need to understand which are the dockets available over there in an organization that are burning out. It is the time we need to find out which streams are driving the innovation. It's the time we see why in specific division or section we are having more attrition vis-a-vis the others. It is the time we stop guessing. It is the time we start measuring. The accountability rests over there with everyone. Finance, students and faculty, it is the time we must recognize that investment in culture is a long-term capital appreciation project. For marketing students and faculty, It is the time we understand creating culture, creating positive corporate culture is ultimate, most authentic brand proposition. Every single manager is responsible and is a culture manager. The second pillar of my discussion, construct of my discussion today is capability. Do we need to talk capabilities in the time, in an era wherein we are witnessing AI? Yes. Technology is not just to optimize today. It will fundamentally restructure the work itself. And we see it. We cannot afford to panic, and nor we can afford to be complacent now. AI is automating. It has already automated the processes, but very importantly, it must now augment people. Your competitive advantage will come frequently and uniquely with the human skills. And these unique skills cannot at all be taken over or replicated by AI. These are creative problem solving, ethical judgment, and more importantly, complex emotional intelligence. The imperative over here is clear. Reskilling is no longer an option. It is an organizational survival strategy. Consider the evidence. McKinsey's recent report says that by 2030, at least 14% of the global workforce has to reskill, or they will have to move and shift their careers. And that's more important for the students sitting out there in the portals as on today. If you people are just going along with what exactly is being discussed over there in the classes, and if the faculty is not updating that particular thing in line and attuned with what are the capability factors, somewhere down the line, just 3 months down with your degrees, but these degrees would be just papers and nothing more for you people. This is your market reality. Your workforce today will not be fit for the challenges of tomorrow. And I repeat once again, just 3 months down, the things would be different for you people. Without massive, continuous investment in yourself, and that's more important. This forces a revolution in learning and development. We need to have an organization which provides you learning and development systems that are more agile, that are more personalized, and they are AI-enabled, and very importantly, AI-powered learning. Why agile? We understand, or what agile? We see that learning has to be embedded over there in the flow of work, not taking you out of the work and putting you into some air conditioner rooms and you are being taught out there on that. It has to be micro-learning. It has to be just in time. And more importantly, it should be accessible out there on any device. Personalized. Utilizing AI, we must identify a talent-specific skill gaps. And that has to be delivered. And this should be delivered with the hyper-targeted learning modules rather than something very standardized, very generic, as we teach us as of today across all IIMs we do out there in our classrooms. These have to be high-impact, customized development. The next one is skill first. Yes, we must hire and promote people based out there on demonstrated skills and potential. Gone would be the days when your legacy would be IIM Raipur certificate or any other certificate like that. Your certificates would just be pasted or plastered out there on the walls, nothing more. As the future leaders, it is your task to cultivate growth mindset, an exception that continuous learning is not just a choice, but it is a process, and very importantly, it is the price of admission into the modern economy. The next one is conscience. The smartest strategies always fail if the people executing these strategies are exhausted. And this is more important. The pursuit of growth at the expense of human sustainability is just nothing but an unethical proposition. The trend is undeniable. Employee well-being is now just the core business asset. And we have already seen during the pandemic, work and life, they cannot be separated at all. Today's talent demands flexibility, empathy, genuine support, and the leaders who ignore their sufferings, they suffer themselves with high attrition and importantly, low performance. The data backs up. If we see within India, more and more researches are coming up and they outrightly point it to the leaders with the conscience always help facilitate growth out there in ROI. Treating employees' well-being is being and it should be a strategic asset allocation, not just a social charity. is now a fiscally responsible mandate for all the faculty out here, for all the budding and future leaders. As leaders, we must ensure that high performance culture does not devolve at any point of time high burnout culture. We must design work environments that foster psychological safety, and that's where the people feel comfortable taking risks, admitting their mistakes, and more importantly, bringing their full potential to the table. Authenticity is currency of trust, and trust is the bedrock over there for high-performing teams. Finally, you are the future architects of the human enterprise. You have to see that you are a leader who measures the health of your people, health of your culture, as closely you monitor your financial health. You are the architect who views AI is not a threat. It has to complement to your work life and to your life. And finally, you are the conscience that understands it is the purpose-driven, empowered people that are your ultimate uncopyable advantage to the organizations. Thank you. I wish best of learning for each one of you. And this is nothing to say more. You people know we have the galaxy of people across multiple sectors and multiple companies. So let's learn from each one of us, each one from the guest, and very importantly, let's have the best of the peer learning. Thank you. Dhanyavad.
Thank you so much, sir, for the enlightening words. Now we would like to invite the industry dignitaries and all faculty members present here to join us for a group photography session.
Go to that side. I don't know what's kind of arrangement.
Now we will take a short networking break and reconvene at 10 a.m. for the continuation of the HR Summit 2025. Thank you all for your engagement and see you shortly. back everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor. Suparna Tandon of the National Decade Financial Governance and Institute. Prior to this, served as Chief General Manager at NABARD, where she risk, natural risk, and communication has also as a nominal director and a strategic and business and alumni Frankfurt and management and the Calcutta. Suparna exemplifies leadership excellence in banking and finance. Her vision and strategic acumen continue to strengthen the NPS Trust's mission of ensuring financial security and long-term sustainability for millions of Indian citizens. We welcome you, ma'am. I would now request Ms. Suparna Tandon to kindly come onto the stage and honor us with her presence. I would also like to invite Professor Parikshit Charan to kindly come onto the stage to welcome the chief guest with a bouquet. Thank you, sir. I would now request Ms. Suparna Tandon to kindly address the gathering. The stage is all yours, ma'am.
Good morning. Can you all hear me? Yeah. Very good morning. And first of all, I'm sorry for being late to the campus. In today's world of volatility and uncertainty, I certainly hadn't bargained for the aircraft, the Indigo Airlines, which always says we are never late, to be late exactly in today's flight. So having said that, let me come to the topic of today. First of all, respected Dr. Prashar, esteemed members of the faculty of IIM Raipur, my co-panelists, all of you who are specialists in all your respective domains, and the most important stakeholders of today, the students. It's a privilege to be here in IIM Raipur. And as I was telling someone, I think Professor Pani, this is the third time in 2 years that I have come here. And I think there must be some connection. And the second question, when I asked Professor Mohit, why me? I still haven't got the answer. So let me dive into the topic. So basically, what do you talk about in an HR conference where you're supposed to talk about people, process, and possibilities? Basically, when we talk about a conference like this, we are trying to explore ways and means in which HR leadership can help build an organization of the future, an organization which is resilient, which is open to change, that's very important, and which is able to pivot itself in the face of challenges. And we are seeing in the last few years that these kind of challenges, particularly driven by externalities, whether it is the global macroeconomic scenario which is playing out, the wars that are playing out more and more, the nuclear threat. We've just crossed a very bad pandemic. It's still recent in our memories. So how does HR sort of tackle a workforce organization which is increasingly buffeted by these kind of uncertainties and help prepare organizations to deal with these kind of challenges. So I'll try to talk a little bit about each of the three key words that I read and found very interesting. First is people, second is process, and third is possibilities. Possibilities, in fact, basically means it's a very forward-looking concept. I was also reading a couple of articles before today, and then I just was reading a McKinsey report where they've said that, today CHROs are being called Chief People Officer. We're sort of trying to give a larger role. I'm not a specialist in HR, but HR has always fascinated me. So Chief People's Officer, which is a little bit more than the traditional role that HR was supposed to play. But do we really understand what is the role of a Chief People's Officer? How much does it go beyond the traditional role of HR in terms of the recruitment versus the talent selection, the training versus the learning development, and most important, creating a culture of trust, a culture of transparency, a culture of openness, and employee engagement. So this is basically what the HR leadership in an organization should look at. In my experience, when we talk about people, my first and foremost emphasis, because I'm also in the process of selecting talent for NPS Trust, and I have selected talent wherever else I have been as MD of one of the subsidiaries of NABARD. And my first and foremost emphasis was to look at DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion. And that starts right from the beginning. And I'll tell you a very interesting example. Just a few months back when we were recruiting people in grade A and grade B, I came across this candidate from one of the southern states, and she had graduated during the COVID time. And let me tell you, this is a financial organization. She had done her graduation in hospitality, catering. And then she'd started her bakery because she couldn't find a job. It didn't work. So she reskilled herself, took some courses in finance, joined the State Bank of India in a town which was very close to Hyderabad, which she belonged to. And then suddenly she decides to come and appear for NPS Trust, something which is absolutely alien, both in terms of the place she was going to be, that is Delhi, and also the comfort zone in terms of the career she was choosing for myself. Now, I had a very piquant situation in my board. All the committee members felt that she shouldn't be picked, only for this reason. And I put my cards on this officer saying that a person who early in life has chosen to reorient, reskill because of the challenges that have come to her, who has taken the risk. I was the chief risk officer of NABARD, and I understand risk-taking abilities very well. Who has chosen to take the risk to come out of a zone of comfort is going to go a long way. So today she has joined the organization. You might think it's something very distinct, but for me, I look at qualities which are not just those found in the technical qualifications, like a CA or an MBA. Yes, that's also welcome. But what are the other soft skills? What are the other behavioral qualities that one needs to look at? So therefore, I feel HR leadership should look at the entry point itself, inclusivity. Take as many people from diverse backgrounds and skill sets as possible, and then build on them. And it doesn't end at the entry level. The DEI practice is something which has to be done throughout. How do you assign roles and responsibilities? Are you capable of doing favoritism? I'll put the best person only in certain jobs, and I will reserve, let's say, support departments. Let me tell you, everywhere in the public sector where I come from, HR is supposed to be a service function. It is not. HR is a very, very strategic department, and I will also tell you why HR can become a support function if it doesn't think strategically and if it doesn't align with the role or the requirements of business and finance. So how do you practice inclusivity? How do you empower people? How do you have a culture of ethics in the organization? So last week I met with a few school friends, and we were all talking about the workplace. And they were all saying that they have been heading committees, they have been heading several. So one of my friends was heading the POSH committee. And I was surprised to hear, although it was a very big organization which represented POSH, for all of you must be knowing what it is. It's a statutory committee. And she said, I used to call it the ASH committee. I'm sorry, I'm just repeating that. I used to call it the ASH committee because not a single, and I was very happy because not a single complaint came. So that left me wondering, is it that there were no instances of sexual harassment? Or is it that the employees in that organization were not empowered enough? They did not have the voice, or they felt that they did not have the voice to be able to take a complaint. So this is a very specific issue, but what I'm trying to say here is that people in the organization, and that's the culture that we need to build, should have a voice. They should feel that they are heard, and they have the right to be heard. So that's the ethics, leadership culture that we need to build. The third thing that HR needs to do, and this is something which they need to work with the CEOs and the top leadership, is how do you translate the vision? How do you communicate the vision of the organization to each and every employee? And there is this very interesting HBR article, which is one of my favorites, which says that if you want to do a motivational study in the organization, more often than not, you will find people may be very well paid, they may be getting their promotions on time, but if they are not aligned with the vision of the organization, or if they're not clear about their roles and responsibilities, after some time, they will not be motivated. You will not see a productive workforce. So how do you? So I'll again give you one of the small examples from my experience. From the role of Chief Risk Officer in NABARD, I was given the Department of Climate Finance, as different as can be from risk. Climate Finance, and also I was heading two departments. The second one was Department of Subsidiaries. I had to oversee all the 9 subsidiaries. So my first meeting with the staff on Climate Finance was, what is your vision for the department? And I can tell you, everybody thought I was mad. What do you mean? What's the vision for Department of Climate Finance? How can we have a vision? Oh, we have the vision of NABARD, which is Development Bank of the Nation for Rural Prosperity. I said, yeah, but what is the vision of the department? What are you working here for? Why have you been set up? Oh, we've been set up because of this board memorandum and this, and somebody was reeling out. I said, but why are you existing? Why did we need this department? We were already doing climate action with some other department. Why were you set up? Why were you born? So over a period of a week, we sort of grappled with this question as to why the climate finance department was set up. And I can tell you, there was a marked change in the way people approached their work. There was a marked change. There was a change in the energy. There was a change in the way they approached their work. It wasn't just that, oh, we are just one department. But the moment we decided that the vision of the Department of Climate Finance was to be the biggest financing department in NABARD, it had not even started. So I said, in 3 years, our contribution to the top line and bottom line will be the highest. We will exceed all the departments because of this. It's not just some random filmy kind of dialogue. Because of this. And when people get onboarded with this kind of vision, there is a change in the way they tackle things. So that's one thing. I think we've talked a little bit about people. Let's talk about process. Processes have to be very clear, very transparent, and less time consuming. And this is one area where HR definitely needs to take a look. At least the HR departments I have dealt with, somehow the procedures are very cumbersome. Lack of use of technology. I have not found HR departments, HR leadership even think about Gen AI, even think about adopting technology or even data analytics. Let's leave aside Gen AI, that's something which we may not be aware of. Using data analytics and technology just to do all the chores, the regulatory compliances, the record keeping. I find there's a huge kind of aversion to using technology. Why? Because we are secretive. Data leak ho jayega. No, please. I mean, if HR leadership is to be relevant, it should put 90% of these jobs to technology and focus more on strategic HR, which is working with the other CXOs, with the CEOs, with the CFO, with the Chief Sustainability Officer, whoever else, and try to understand what are the requirements of the business departments. Because the HR has to drive the strategy of the organization. So these are some of the top of the things. I think I have another few minutes, right? I'll just take that. Some of the other imperatives which I have learned in my tenure in NABARD and now in NPS Trust is communication. I cannot emphasize enough on the importance of communication from HR. And also, I think all of us here today are HR leaders. I'm not just the CEO of NPS Trust. None of you here are just coming here as speakers. We are all fulfilling the role of HR leaders. So how do we communicate with our teams? It's very important. People need to know what the organization is thinking about them, strategizing about them, what are their futures. And again, one thing which I discovered to my shock and surprise is in NPS Trust, we never used to have staff meetings. We never used to meet the junior officers. The earlier CEO never met the junior officers, let alone the Group B or the Group C or the support staff. There were no training programs for any of them. Only the senior officers used to sort of get to meet. So the junior officers were they were confused. What is it that the CEO thinks? What is it that is required of us? What is it that the senior management wants from us? So there was no communication. So can you imagine the huge amount of lack of motivation, the huge conflict, lack of ownership? Do I really belong here? Or do I just come here at 9:30, keep my bag, do whatever is told of me mechanically and go home at 6:30? No employee activities. Employee engagement is very, very important. So employee engagement, having the right talent management policies, right from the attraction of talent, the retention of talent, right? Mentoring. We've started a mentoring program in NPS Trust where senior officers are taught how to mentor and then they are given mentees whom they will sort of track for the rest of their careers, or at least for the first 5 years of the careers. Finding out the early leaders. You don't have to wait for a person to be a senior officer to find out whether he has leadership qualities. You throw people in a room and give them a problem and the leadership will come out. So how do you identify early leadership and how do you track and how do you sort of groom the future leaders? Jim Collins, I mean, all of us, if we have read the book, Jim Collins' several books, he talks about level 5 leadership. And one of the important tenets of a level 5 leader is to have a second rung and a third rung of leadership so that there is no vacuum at the top when the person debits office. I mean, all of us are seeing the kind of leadership fights which are happening in the corporate sector, whether it is one IT company a few years back or whether it is one of the biggest conglomerates which is happening again over the last couple of years. So leadership creation is very, very important. And using technology, aligning with the strategy of the organization. And therefore, in today's date and time, I feel the HR leadership should take center stage. It should orient with the vision of the organization and work with the business, with the CFO, CISO, with the, I have seen HR leaders who do not have much idea about what is climate finance, what is sustainability, what is IT, what is cybersecurity. So unless and until I, as an HR leader, equip myself with the basics about what are the requirements, how do I meet their demands for the skilled talent that is required for these departments. So looking forward to more discussions, looking forward to hearing more from all of you, and thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for such thought-provoking words. I, Rohan Verma,
and I, Simran Jadhav, from PGB Batch 2426, are thrilled to continue the HR Summit 2025. The sessions are packed with powerful discussions, inspiring ideas, and fresh perspectives on people, purpose, and possibilities. Let's dive into the day ahead with the same energy and enthusiasm that marked the start of this summit.
as we move forward, it's time to delve into the first of our highly anticipated panel discussions. Today, we begin with a theme that strikes at the heart of modern leadership: leadership redefined, building agile, ethical, and human-centered leaders. This theme is not just about the positions leaders hold, but about the qualities that will define the future. It's about building leaders who are agile enough to navigate constant change, ethical enough to build deep trust, and human-centered enough to unlock the full potential of their teams.
To paraphrase Charles Darwin, it is not the strongest, nor the most intelligent, but the one most responsive to change. This single idea is the very core of agile leadership. It's about cultivating the qualities that set modern leaders apart: the agile capacity to respond to change, the ethical framework to guide that response, and the human-centered approach to bring your people with you. These virtues empower leaders to shape a positive culture, inspire genuine commitment, and build organizations that last. I would now request the distinguished panelists to join us on stage. Ms. Suparna Tandon.
Shri Chirag Suchak.
Ms. Vishwa Bhatt.
Ms. Shruti Srivastav.
Ms. Bhavna Menon.
Ms. Deepika Jain.
Professor Saroj Kumar Pani.
Today, we are privileged to have with us a distinguished panel of leaders. They have led their organizations to newer heights by championing the contemporary models of leadership. They bring with them a wealth of experience, insights, and lessons. We are truly fortunate to hear from them.
Allow us to introduce our esteemed panelists for this discussion.
First, we have Ms. Suparna Tandon, CEO of the National Pension System Trust, with us today. A leader with over 20 years of experience in financial management and governance, she now guides the Trust's mission of ensuring financial security for millions. Previously, as Chief General Manager at NABARD, Ms. Suparna led key initiatives in enterprise risk management and communication. She also provided strategic financial and business analysis as a nominee director on the boards of Multi-Commodity Exchange of India and AMC Repo Clearing Limited, an alumna of the Indian Institute of Management, Calcutta, and Frankfurt School of Finance and Management. Ms. Suparna's strategic acumen is a significant asset to India's pension ecosystem. We are honored to have you, ma'am.
Next, we have Shri Chirag Suchak, the head of human resources at Setlin, one of India's fastest growing prop tech startups. With over 16 years of experience across the retail, technology, and F&B sectors, he has partnered with leading global brands including Puma, Wipro, and AB InBev. An MBA in HR, Mr. Chirag is known as a dynamic people leader and an engaging speaker who skillfully applies traditional HR concepts to the modern workplace. His expertise spans leadership development, organizational communication, DEI, and workplace wellness. Passionate about fostering growth mindsets, he is dedicated to shaping the next generation of HR leaders. We are honored to have you, sir.
Now we have Ms. Vishwa Bhatt, the Head of Learning and Organization Development at Kalpataru Projects International Limited. Bringing over 19 years of rich experience in learning and organizational development, she is a strategic HR leader, instrumental in strengthening leadership pipelines and driving transformative change. Her expertise lies in designing leadership development programs, that talent frameworks, and change management initiatives that align people capabilities with business goals. Known for her continuous learning, her commitment to developing future-ready leaders helps individuals and organizations thrive, positioning Kalpataru as a benchmark in talent excellence. We are honored to have you, ma'am.
Next, we have Ms. Shruti Srivastav, Senior Vice President, Human Resource at Citibank. A dynamic and strategic people leader, she brings over 2 decades of transformative HR leadership from diverse sectors including banking, technology, aviation, and manufacturing. Ms. Shruti is known for skillfully combining data-driven insights with deep empathy, aligning business priorities with impactful people strategies. Her expertise lies in building agile talent ecosystems, developing high-performance cultures, and leading organizational change. A passionate advocate for continuous learning, she focuses on creating empowered workplaces where talent and business strategy unite to deliver lasting value. We are honored to have you, ma'am.
Now we have Ms. Bhavna Menon, Senior Manager, Human Resources at Bharat Petroleum Corporation Limited. An engineer with a master's in HRM, she brings over 14 years of diverse industry experience. Since joining BPCL in 2019, she now leads performance management, focusing on enabling superior performance and driving business growth. Ms. Bhavna is a certified OPQ assessor, certified POSH trainer, and a certified assessor for the CII National HR Excellence Award. She was part of the teams winning prestigious honors, including the 12th CII National HR Excellence Award, SHRM HR Excellence Awards, and TIS LeapVault Cielo Awards 2024. A trusted business partner, she truly embodies BPCL's core value of development of people. We are honored to have you, ma'am.
Finally, we have Ms. Deepika Jain, General Manager HR. With over 18 years of rich HR experience, she began her career in consultancy before transitioning to the automotive industry. Ms. Jain is a passionate and people-oriented leader proficient in manpower planning, talent acquisition, learning and development, and performance management. Her strategic contributions also span HR policy formulation, compensation, and organizational development. Known for her energy, she excels in dynamic environments, driving process improvements and service excellence. Ms. Jain is a results-driven leader committed to aligning people's strategy with the organizational growth. We are honored to have you, ma'am.
Guiding this insightful discussion today is our esteemed moderator, Professor Saroj Kumar Pani, Professor of Strategy and Entrepreneurship and Dean Academics at IIM Raipur, a fellow PhD in Corporate Strategy from IIM Bangalore, and a graduate of Harvard Business School. Professor Saroj brings over 24 years of experience across industry and academia. His expertise spans business strategy, leadership, and entrepreneurship. He has led faculty positions at XLRI Jamshedpur and other IIMs, and has entrepreneurial experience as a startup co-founder and founding MD of InFed Incubation Center. An award-winning researcher, he is a trusted consultant and corporate trainer for leading firms like SAIL, NTPC, and Indian Oil. Thank you for joining us, sir. I would like to invite Professor Saroj Kumar Pani to welcome our guests with a bouquet. Ms. Suparna Tandon.
Shri Chirag Suchak.
Miss Vishwa Bhatt.
Ms. Shruti Srivastav.
Miss Bhavna Menon.
Ms. Deepika Jain.
I would now like to invite our respected faculty, Professor Parikshit Sharan, to welcome our gracious moderator, Professor Saroj Kumar Pani, with a bouquet.
So without further ado, let's begin our first panel discussion of the HR Summit 2025, Leadership Redefined, Building Agile, Ethical and Human-Centered Leaders. Professor Saroj Kumar Pani, the stage is all yours.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to our Raipur. Most of the audience which is there is our students, and they are from both first year and second year. About more than 50% of them have some work experience, and I hope that they will enjoy this session from the real life examples that we will bring in from the discussion that we are having. To start with, this is not an understatement to say that we are actually living in a very, very uncertain world and very interesting world with information asymmetry. For example, right now I knew that I am a graduate from Harvard Business School, so I did not know that earlier. So, this kind of changes or this kind of what we can call uncertainty. One of the things that leaders do is to stabilize this uncertainty. That means the uncertainty should be less in an organization so that they can go forward. The reason why the world is different is now from the leadership itself uncertainties are coming. So not only in organization, even as head of the state of governments, and I do not want to take the name of the president or the prime minister, we know that what kind of things are happening. So, Suparna ji, this question is for you because you are coming from an organization which is large, not only large, but also from a government-oriented organization. If you are exactly the government organization, you are the CEO of NBS Trust. Is there anything that has happened when probably the government, which should create stability, or the leaders who should create stability, has given any directive or given any kind of requirements to actually create instability? Or probably wanted the organization to change its course. And how was the leader of an organization, large organization like NPS, dealt with it? And what are the challenges that you faced? And how we solve the challenges?
Thank you. This is a very interesting question, and I'm happy to share that we have faced and we are continuing to face similar challenges as Professor Pani was speaking about. That is something which is not mandated to you as per the act under which you've been set up, and suddenly you're told that you have to do this. You're not prepared for it and you do not have the time for it. So, in March, I'll just speak a little bit about NPS Trust. It is, so we oversee all the NPS assets, the assets of subscribers, and that is about 16 trillion. And we also supervise all the other intermediaries, that is the pension funds, to ensure that the investments happen according to regulations. We oversee the operations of the trustee bank, custodian bank, and all the other players in the NPS system. so that it is running smoothly and the subscriber journey is smooth and hassle-free. So now in March, there was a requirement of NPS Trust doing the unified pension system. Now this is a political announcement made by the government of the day that central government employees, and they are 23 lakh in number, they would be given the option to shift from the NPS to the UPS, which was a combination of a defined benefit and a defined contribution scheme. And because they could not find anyone else to do it, they decided that NPS Trust would do this system of this thing of checking all the claims as they came, verifying all the data, and putting in place a system to authorize the payments. So 23 lakh government employees, they are faceless for us, we do not know till now, we have not dealt with them. And what added more sort of excitement, I'm calling it excitement now in hindsight, because this was given to us in March, and from 1st April the scheme was put in place. So we had less than a month. And to add a little bit more masala, let me tell you that the system does not belong to us. The claims would be submitted by the subscribers to some government office anywhere in India, we didn't know. And then the first level of processing would be by some government officer, there are lakhs of them. There was no uniform format. There was no time to develop a technology. 70% cases were offline cases on a piece of paper and all the details were being filled in. And then it goes through 2 layers in the government. And because there have been cases of claims going haywire or money going to somebody else's account, the government decided that there has to be an independent entity. So hello, NPS Trust. And the technology, the records are with the record keeping agency. All of us have heard of Protean. So we were to go to their system, download the forms one by one, and then do all this and be on time. So that was a challenge. Normally in case of project management, what happens is you're given an objective and you're told you have 3 years, 5 years, take your time, take your resources. So here the objective was there, we were not given time, I did not have the resources. So how do we go about it? The first thing is when I discussed with my board and with my team, they said we will not do it. Why should we do it? The trustee says we don't have to do this, that and everything. And I said, no, the government has said we have to do it. PA body has said to do it, we don't have a choice. So my first learning is remove the naysayers. There will always be naysayers. And the first thing I did is I looked for the early adopters. And who were they? This group of officers I was talking about who we recruited a few months back. Took them in, formed small teams, smart teams of one officer reporting to another and introduced a sense of competition. Learning along with the process. Because there was huge chaos, every day we had subscribers coming to us and saying the dependencies with NPS Trust, whereas that was not the case. The whole thing was managing the government, the stakeholder kind of expectations from NPS Trust, that suddenly we would raise a move a magic wand and the claims would start getting approved in the system without any mistake, without any calculation error, by seeing whether the PAN is matching, the mobile number is matching, email is matching. It was a humongous task. But we did it. And the first settlement of claims was ready by June. However, the funds came in September, and from September we have been doing the claims. So the understanding that I got is, I look at these things as challenges, as opportunities. I do not look at these things as threats. I looked at it as an opportunity for building the trust from what it was already doing. And we are doing lots more because of the work that we were able to do. The government is now giving us more and more of role. So it adds to my visibility, it adds to my sustainability as an organization. I mean, after some time, what is the relevance of NPS Trust if you're only going to do monitoring? So look at challenges as opportunities. Pick out the people who are change agents and who are willing to unlearn, relearn and take up these challenges. Monitor, do not interfere too much. Just monitor at the end of the day. So I had an MIS where at the end of the day I would monitor. And now despite the challenges we are doing it, yes.
Very interesting take. Actually, the two or three things that I picked up, each one is when you are actually going through this kind of change. One thing that you said is remove the naysayers, because it's very important to take the early adopters. Then building trust. Now, if I may juxtapose, then one part is building the trust, and then another part is removing few persons who are genuinely probably not interested in organizational change. But who defines what is going to be organizational in science and works for genuinely believe that what they actually do. The case in many organizations, especially in small organizations, private organizations. So there are genuine dark sides. These dark sides might be like, or it might be not taking together, or might be not building that they can. So Chirag ji, this question to you, that how to deal with the dark sides of leadership, and you have appropriate experience to navigate us through. What are those dark sides of leadership, and especially in the context they are going to be less than 1 year probably? What are the things that they should be very, very aware about in this context?
Thank you so much for the question. Usually I'm the last one on the panel. As my luck goes, today is not the case. Otherwise, I would just escape by saying that everything else has been covered, right? So that's not the case today. But jokes apart, thank you so much for having me here today. It's an honor to be positively intimidated by these eminent personalities on the panel here, and I'm glad that I could make it this time. So thank you again. And the question is unique to me at least because in so many forums, and I think everybody would agree here, is that whenever we've spoken about leadership, more or less it has been about the positive side of it. You know, how my brain does not work, does not want to confront the darker side of it when I'm joining an organization or I'm going to work with a new leader. I always think about how charismatic this leader would be. I always hope that this person will be the best idol that I can work with, right? How hardly or how often do we actually confront the dark aspect of it? Now, a couple of years ago, I met somebody, a very reputed, a dean of a very reputed institution in Bangalore. Just about 4 years ago, I met him, and he told me one thing, that Chirag, a lot of downward and upward management has been done by me in the past, but the easy
for me to manage has been because of one mantra. Every person, irrespective, always use. With this one, what's true will do go of this with me for
will join a startup after a couple of years or very soon, or at least have your own in some years, right? Now, I'm okay with the obvious darkness of personalities wherein we know that the leader is angry, or a power-hungry CEO, or leader gets angry very often, or somebody who's just loud, right? We know that there are these obvious aspects of darkness where this person says that 24/7 is the badge that I wear with pride and my team is always available for you. But my worry is not that. My worry is about the hidden aspect of darkness, right? Where a person who wears the badge of empathy on LinkedIn during the day and he's the same person who's not letting you on Friday night at even 9:30 p.m., right? Somebody who starts the meeting with saying that mental wellness is very, very important, but Chirag, can you please give me this by 9 p.m. tonight, right? So I'm worried about those. So one aspect, I've been in startup space just for about 3-4 years now, and I've seen a couple of them going through this. Of course, no names being taken, but I have worked closely with them or with people under them. When a founder is going through a difficult time or a startup is going through a difficult time, there are terms that we should look out for where say, no, it is not my dream, it is our dream, right? Please stay with me, work at half the salary or consult me for free, and I will give you excellent returns down the line. Have these ESOPs on paper which will become worth 50 CR 5 years down the line. Let go of your savings just for me, and it is not me anymore, it is the part of our dream overall, right? This is scenario one. This is not something which is the obvious darkness. There is a lot of empathy, a lot of we are family talks, but that is where the problem starts. Now the second scenario, again a scenario about a decade ago, one of my colleagues and dear friend now, let's say Rajiv. Rajiv is the leading HR VP for a renowned footwear apparel brand. He's very excited to hire somebody from a prestigious institution like yours. And he hired 2 management trainees. Day 0, he went, he was very happy. They joined, day 1 was the induction of HR, everybody was onboarded smoothly, and day 2 was the casual lunch with a couple of directors in their cafeteria. Rajiv is sitting in this direction and suddenly he sees that everybody is staring behind his head, one in this direction and one on his right. Very curiously he turns around and sees on his left that there is a director with one shoe in his hand and there is another director with another shoe in his hand. What would have happened? Right? It was a brand where again, time and again, it was told during induction, during hiring, that you have to be a brand loyalist. You cannot wear anything but our brand to the office. Come what may, a competition brand should not be seen. The poor management trainee missed this and somehow it was his second day. He wore the shoe of a competition, further competition away, and his shoe was thrown in 2 different directions from the terrace of cafeteria. Now people there, Rajiv, what wondered, I mean, why was he wondering about this is that he was just there for the last 6 months and he saw that most of the people in the organization thought this is okay. This is how the culture has been. So my 2 cents here are that just because it has been happening for years does not mean it's okay, right? Have your boundaries, understand where you have to draw boundaries from the beginning, understand these red flags closely as in when you spend time. And I will not blame you because first 4 to 5 years you'll be navigating through so many challenges, you'll be slogging, you'll be upskilling yourself and understanding the nuances. But the magic number to me is the 6th year, where you actually, if you don't leave a brand, if you don't join a brand just for money or the role or the brand, you should join it for its culture and the leadership. If you don't do it, mark my words, it will not sustain, right? So leadership is something to me which does not become dark overnight. It fades, I must say, shade by shade. And usually you will come to know when the empathy is taken over by efficiency and the optics have taken over the ethics bit of it, right? So as HRs, we can just keep the lights stronger, we can try to make the sun shine. But our role today has been to ensure that you have open communication. And if you don't have that in an organization, it's a red flag, right? So some of the aspects are here and I'm sure we'll discuss more about it in coming time. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Irajji. This is very interesting to note that you find that it is actually the culture and the trade-off between empathy versus efficiency, as well as the kind of mindset that probably people have, is very effective, as well as one of the ways by which we can figure out whether we have the dark side, we are going to the dark side, or probably the lighter side. But the question is that when we talk about culture, when we talk about empathy versus efficiency or other kind of things, it also depends on at which stage a particular person is. So the life stage I am talking about. Maybe the priorities in life of an older person, or even for that matter, the CEO of a large organization versus the young entrepreneur. Their life experience, their expectation from the life, and the demand from their life will be very, very different.
It's 2 different kind of things are there. So there are young people and then there are also old people. I am not saying about young and old, maybe we can say established leader versus emergent leaders. So Biswaji, you have come from a learning and development kind of background. So how do you bridge this gap between so-called emergent leaders or young people, or probably the old leaders or established leaders? And what are the things that you do so that probably these kind of things, the charge chasm between these 2 things or the dark side actually? So how do you bridge?
Funny, that's a very relevant question in today's day and age and the organizations that exist in the world today. The way the world is changing, the geopolitical scenario, the stresses of the life today, the changes that each generation has seen. We were just talking in the networking break that ours is probably the generation which has seen the introduction of mobile phones, has seen the introduction of internet, has seen the introduction of moving from mobile phones to iPods to tabs, laptops, and now to AI. So the leaders of the previous generation and the emerging leaders, when we talk about how we cope with everything that is happening today, it's more of a mindset shift. And when we talk about mindset, it's not necessarily about capabilities. It is more about perception. How the leaders of the previous generation perceive leadership to be, organizations, the way they run, and the emerging leaders, how they perceive leadership and the way organizations should function is very, very different. Maybe the leaders of the previous generation come from a value system where they say that commitment, loyalty, how long you have worked with an organization, these are the parameters on which you should or should not be successful. But the emerging leaders who bank on agility, who bank on visibility, who bank on instant feedback, these are the leaders who want things instantly, instant gratification. But let me also say that these are the leaders who are willing to work for all those things. Right? So the mindset shift in terms of perspective is most important to bridge this gap. And we at Kalpataru are doing this in multiple ways. We realized early on that having only a mentorship program for our trainees whom we hire every year is not enough, because the managers themselves, though equipped with how to mentor someone, how to guide someone, were not really inclined, because they might not have experienced that kind of a mentorship program while they were at that stage of their career, early stages of their career. So we realized that we really needed to bring in the senior most leaders of the organization to build that framework for these emerging leaders, right from the managing director to the business heads to the leading functional heads. Each of them now mentors 5 to 7 trainees in addition to the career mentoring they receive from their managers. So when we talk about the darker side of leadership, there's this gap that if I didn't receive it, that is the way the rest of the emerging generation should also be brought up within the organization. But that's the mindset shift. And the leadership of the organization being supportive of this kind of a catalytic role that HR wants them to play is what brings about that change within the entire way the organization functions. The next generation of leaders are grown and that pipeline is built. So this is a small example of how we have been able to achieve that.
That's an effort that the learning and development probably if not gradually the softer aspects where probably more control over. There are few things that where probably we do not have a control over things. For example, Deepika madam, you have come from a background where you have dealt with issues multiple that multiple have or different have different laws and organization, even one organization have to deal with the local laws differently. Now in that you are going to deal with the local laws differently, probably there will be as well as the organization or in a, and then you have to bridge the gap between in quality versus the kind of unified that you want to build in one organization. How to deal with this kind of dichotomy? How do you probably see that you have to follow the law locally as well as you build an organization which is one organization both locally as well as legally and other counters of the organizational boundary where everybody if you can then it.
First of all, thank you very much for the wonderful welcome and hospitality. Thanks to the entire so as we go, when we talk about building practices has to be of joint approach, because there is something global, which is more vision of the, and then its beliefs. However, when we go deeper, we have different presence into different countries. It is very important that the local laws, local practices are also respected, are followed. So when it comes to defining something global, it has to be a marry between global and local, as really, I would say. Vision, belief, values, yes. While doing so, what are the local laws that needs to be respected? And to understand that, it is very pertinent that, very important that the leaders in the organization having right approach to include those group companies, having close collaboration with different functions. I would say HR, yes, legal, and it is very important, as Ms. Tandon, that HR leaders need to collaborate a lot with functions, business leaders, to understand what is deep into their function, what is the customer needing, right? So all those aspects are important to understand from business perspective. Get there in. That's why inclusion comes and is an important role. While doing so, it's really important to deep dive into local laws, the local people available over there. And when we build something at org level, I would say best practices are always above local. So that's the ultimate objective, which results into, which ensures that there is fairness, there is consistency in whatever is being implemented. And further, then later stage, once things are implemented, it's always important to have right compliance and governance to them. So that's how we have different audit perspectives, relook to what is changing is also important. So here agility plays an important role. The local people over in respective countries need to be agile enough to be aware of what's happening, what's changing, and how those changes are impacting our own internal practices. So that's how overall collaboration, I would say, would play a critical role over here.
Thank you very much. So the take that we have from your experience is collaboration is important. Adaptability to the local laws is also important, as well as one of the things that you said is agile. And that is one of the themes of this panel discussion also. So Bhavana ji, this question is for you. You come from an organization which is very big, as well as government is one important stakeholder of that organization. We understand when we talk about private organizations, small organizations, then being agile is probably not so difficult, at least, if not very easy. But in your organization, in organizations which are where government is an important stakeholder, as well as a large organization, that's probably is not so easy. So how to make organization and especially the leadership agile in context of large organizations, especially in government organizations? That will be my question.
First of all, thank you for making me part of this team panel. So just to give a context of BPL, so we are a Maharatna Fortune 500 organization, 5 lakh crores, makes us the 6th biggest organization with respect to turnover in India. And for such a big organization, like Saroj also mentioned, agility part, it's very essential, but at the same time, it is difficult. So now this is the 50th year of our foundation, and I would call our organization a young organization, because we have more future focused perspective, though we are here from 50 years. And now we have embarked on a 5-year strategy plan, which we call as Project Aspire. where along with nurturing our core business, which is oil marketing, that is refining, marketing, and upstream, we're also looking at more contemporary businesses, which is petrochemicals, green energy, gas, non-fuel retailing, and digital ventures. So these 5 aspects are what we call as the big bold bets, and something that we do not have previous experience in. So we would say that it's more of uncharted waters for us. So now we are at that point of inflection where we need to manage or nurture our core business, but at the same time look at the other big bold bets that we want to venture into. So this is a critical point where our leaders need to be agile. They need to switch from the mindset of an oil and gas marketeer to the mindset of a person who understands green tech business, who understands non-fuel retailing, because that is something where FMCG comes in. We have rolled out B-cafes, we have rolled out in-and-out stores, we have rolled out quick service restaurants. It's a complete different ballgame. So agility from the perspective of 3 main things. One is agility in operations. How do you navigate paradoxes? How do you take quick decisions when you don't have precedence of any work in this area? At the same time, how do you look at, dynamics? The dynamics, say, in renewables is very different from what is in the conventional oil and gas. And the competition is very high in FMCG. So the entire landscape changes. So how do you look at your operations and how do you really be dynamic or agile there? Secondly, in perspective. So like Suparna ma'am was also mentioning, we are now training leaders to really look beyond qualifications and education and experience or certificates, and to look more at competencies. So I would like to quote an example from Mahabharata as well, that when there was Karna, who was part of Kauravas, their team, he actually did not qualify. So you needed a Kshatriya to be part of the, only Kshatriyas could be part of the war. But then his competency, that is his expertise in archery or his expertise in warfare, was what got him in. So like Sanjeev sir also mentioned in the morning, it will now go beyond your qualifications and experience. It will now focus more on what skill and competencies you have, because it's changing every minute. The need is changing every minute. Secondly, similarly, if you see the Pandava side, they had Shikhandi. She was half man, half woman, not actually qualified to be part of the war. But she had that innate strength to seriously intimidate Bhishma, who was like the godfather for Kauravas. So you have certain competencies and skills which will make you stand out. You might not be part of the generic cohort which has the right qualifications or experience, but that one niche skill you need to develop which will give you an edge. So we are looking at training our leaders to pick that skill, pick that competency, which will really take them far ahead and help us grow as a business. And if you look at agility in leadership style also, so along with operations and perspective, we are looking at agility in leadership style. Again, quoting from our mythology, if we see the leadership style of Lord Rama and Lord Krishna, it's extremely different. If you see, Lord Rama had a Vanar Sena. So he had to be more directive. He had to guide them. He had to tell them what exactly is to be done, because they were not experienced in warfare. But if you see Lord Krishna, he did not actually participate in the war. He was just an enabler, somebody who was coaching them, guiding them. And this is because he knew he had the best people. They were experts in their own field. They knew everything. So there was no micromanagement required. They only required some motivation. They required some, nudges every now and then to keep on the track. So I think that agility in leadership style is very important. Where do you come across as a coach? Where do you become directive? Where do you become participative? So that kind of agility we are trying to develop. So through our leadership development programs, we ensure that people and our leaders, and we believe that leaders are at every level, it's not just at the helm, and we see how they can really be trained to build this agility in all these 3 perspectives. And also I believe empathy is what we are really focusing on, because with agility, empathy is equally important. When we do this transition, it's going to be really tough for our people. They have to build those competencies, they have to build that mindset. So we need to really understand where they are coming from, how we can align their aspirations with the aspirations of the organization. So we believe that building a culture which is psychologically safe, where people can innovate, experiment, fail fast, and are not afraid to share what they feel, are not afraid to take those risks, is only when we will be able to build an organization or an ecosystem where we can thrive our main core business as well as grow in our contemporary businesses.
Okay, that's interesting because when we talk about agility, generally we do not probably think about all the four things that you talked about: agility of leadership style, agility of perspective, agility with respect to the adoption with the contextuality or contextual adoption, and then agility of operations. So from this agility of operations, very, very unrelated thing came to my mind. Now everybody is talking about AI, the artificial intelligence, and how probably that is not only going to influence you, not only going to change our perspective of seeing things differently, not only changes our context, but also it changes the very way we probably going ahead and dealing with technology with respect to organizational functioning. So Madam, Shruti Madam, this is the question for you, that how, according to you, AI is changing the leadership approach and practice. And from your own perspective, I understand that you have worked on these aspects. How exactly it is going to affect? Is it just a bubble that everybody is talking about AI, and then one day probably like 2020 it will probably go away? Or actually there is anything that impacts the core of the leadership style from an organizational perspective, from an individual perspective, and from a cultural and structural perspective?
Thank you so much for asking this question to me, and it was obvious to know that it's my turn now because in the last Chirag, I've swapped your time. So first of all, thank you so much, and very good morning to everyone. And I've been enjoying the conversation till now. All of your perspective have been really great, and I've been like sitting quietly. Coming to this AI topic, yes. So what is AI? Anyone would like to take a stab on that? Sure. Yes, of course, like one part of it is exactly right. It takes statistics and give us the analysis. Yes. Something more to add? Would you like to add anything else? The automation, second thing, yes. Correct. Correct. All of it is correct. Thank you. So AI is nothing but a software which is dealing with different data algorithms and actually thinking like human. That's what it is doing it right now. And AI is all around us. Our Alexas in the house, or Netflix, or our phone. ChatGPT you must be using these days to make your resumes, I'm sure. Everything is all AI these days. So if AI is far reality, no, it's there with us and it's part of our day-to-day activity and day-to-day life already. So, so whenever we think about leadership, we always think, oh, there must be a leader sitting in a cabin, taking big decisions. But is it true any longer? So we have to constantly think about that what's new. So we have to constantly learn. So by the time you will be graduating and you will be 35, you would have reskilled yourself at least twice, if not anything. Because, in today's world, and especially, and many of the organizations also practicing, like for example, Microsoft, they took out like 200 top performers and they trained them not to know it all, but to learn it all, philosophy. So we have to be curious. We have to be like a tourist in our organization, constantly learning and being curious. So the 3 C's have changed completely. It is curiosity, care, and courage. So curiosity to learn, courage to take, to go and take bold steps, and care the employees whom we are working with, the people whom we are working with. So AI is doing all of this, So while it is not, for example, in my organization in City, we are already building, AI tools which helps our businesses to take much more advanced steps. For example, simplifying the processes, analyzing the data, helping the business to take the advanced steps. At the very same time, ethics, which is also one part of this topic, is very important. It's ultimately human who's designing this AI. So it's us. So the artificial intelligence is not the problem. The leadership artificial being is actually the challenge now. If you are the artificial leader, then that becomes a problem. So that's the challenge these days which we have to deal with. And how we can solve this, for example, Amazon, when they had designed their recruitment tool, suddenly the recruitment tool was rejecting 80% of the female candidates. The reason was it was based on the past trend which it had observed. And they scrapped the tool and redesigned it again. It's up to us that how do we design the tool, whether we let the AI take the decision for us, or we design the AI to enable our decision. So earlier when we talk about leadership, it was all about managing the people. Then it became motivating the people. Right now it's all about enabling the people. It's about giving the perspective to them. It's about giving the context to them. If you have the purpose, then yes, people will be there with you, which is the second part of this conversation also, the human aspect. So it's usually said that your credibility would be established then when you leave the room, then what people talk about you. How do you make people feel when they actually talk to you? That's what will establish you and set apart you as a leader. When you will be joining the corporate world, you will not have any authority. And that's the testing time of your potential, that how would you establish yourself without authority. And especially the first year, your patience will be tested, not your skill. Because you will be new in the organization, you will be running around and thinking that, okay, yes, I have come here, but then your patience will be tested, and that's how you have to move ahead. You have to constantly upskill, reskill, and so because in today's world, the roles are changing every 2 years. The organization model, the business model is changing every 5 years. So the only thing is that when we say it's used so loosely these days, change is the only constant thing. That's what we are facing in today's world. We have to be in that agile thinking mode where we have to change our mindset. If we don't change our mindset that's the new kind of leadership. Trust is something which no AI can give you. The AI can again ease your work, but then it's you as a human being. You have to build that trust amongst your team, that okay, that they can come up to you, and it's not about saying that okay, that do what I say. It's about I have your back. I got your back. Go ahead, do it. We'll support you. So there have been so many instances where the management trainees would come up and question the existing processes in our organization. And we allow them to make the changes, and the results have always been fantastic. So so that's how the things are changing. The AI is changing. It's definitely making us much more smarter, efficient, allowing us 90% of the time, like Madam, I think she said in the beginning in her introduction, that it's allowing us time now to be much more strategic, being closer to the business and making the right decision and right people decisions at that time. So it's not taking away our jobs, no. It's definitely asking us to be now much more smarter and how we become more efficient. So, yes, I think, and then we also talk about ethics. Ethics, I'm not sure if it's also part of your curriculum, but that's the compass which will drive you. For example, many of the AI tools, the risk management has been included as part of it, because so that the frauds are protected, because that's also, it is coming up along with the technology is advancing, it's simplifying our day-to-day lives. At the very same time, risk management is something very important, focused by most of the financial services, most of the financial institutions. That's also something ethics will play with you. You have to be the guiding source to the organization, telling them, okay, while the AI is helping us with the data, AI is helping us with the algorithms, AI is giving us the predictive analytics, at the very same time, it's us who will be putting us the ethics clearly. So if you have ethics, if you have agility which is directed, and agility doesn't mean the market intelligence anymore. The agility would mean, there is a market shift which is happening completely. So that's agility. Agility is not about keeping up the pace or making it faster. Agility is much more about that. How do you think about having a foresightedness, being prepared for it, and also being and have a combination where you are already preparing yourself for the future. So that's the agility which is asking for. It's not about doing more. It's about being this much more smarter.
Shruti madam, one of the things that actually I liked what you said is artificial intelligence is actually not a problem, but artificial leadership or artificial leader is a problem. I understand that we have time off for the Q&A session here, but I cannot resist but ask one question to anybody. I mean, whoever is comfortable can answer this question. Given this context, what are the most common blind spots in leadership, or especially Indian leaders, when we talk about business leaders, not political leaders, because this is not the forum, but what according to you, from a business leadership perspective, what are the most common blind spots in India? Anybody can probably take this up, and then we'll go for the Q&A.
I would like to add. So, one of the blind spots I feel is that leadership should be more self-aware. So, sometimes they may have a certain perception about themselves, which may not be true with the team as well. So, there are mechanisms like 360-degree feedback where you really, or a value-based feedback where you get information about yourself, how is the world perceiving you. But at the same time, there are a lot of lab sessions that leaders should attend to really and introspect and reflect, to see, basically get more self-aware about what are their strengths, what are their areas of development. So I think this is one, and the other is there is sometimes a misconception on empathy. So people feel empathy is being lenient, or it is being easygoing on somebody. But empathy is more about understanding the other person's perspective. A lot of times it is about people just want to be heard. They have certain ideas they want to share. They want to be open to perspectives. So empathy is more about giving people opportunity to speak up, opportunity to be their self when they come to work, opportunity to innovate or experiment. So, and then there are very tough leaders who are also empathetic. So it's not that you can be either or. So that has to be, I mean, if leaders can understand that, it will really help.
Suparna madam, you want to?
Yeah, I just want to add and emphasize one thing for leaders, current and future leaders in this room, and that is, please be, as leaders, we should be aware that everyone is watching us. So, as a CEO, as a CHRO, or as the head of an organization, your actions are going to be watched. So, if you're working in a 1 lakh employee or a 2,000 employee organization, everything that you do and you say, sometimes even without paying attention to what you're saying, everybody is going to listen to you, watch you. And therefore, I feel leaders, they should, there's this, I think I'll paraphrase Shakespeare when he says, even Julius Caesar's wife should be above suspicion. So it is not just what you do, but what you appear to do. It is not just what you are saying, but what you are, purportedly saying, the implications. So you are being watched. So therefore, it devolves a lot of responsibility on leaders to really think and do. And I find that is one of the biggest blind spots in some of the leaders that I have observed.
Excellent. Anybody else want to add to this?
I think we hear a lot about authentic leadership these days. It's great to talk about authentic leadership. But what leaders sometimes fail to realize, or becomes a blind spot, is that your authentic leadership approach, where we just spoke about the dark side of leadership. Your authentic leadership approach might be you come to office, scream and shout at your people, ask for the results you wanted yesterday, not understanding their situation. So the empathy aspect to it. In place of that, to replace that blind spot, somewhere leaders must focus on genuine leadership. There's a very thin difference between genuineness and authenticity. But when you're genuine, you're being your true self. You're not putting on a mask. You realize that, yes, if you have demands to meet, so do the rest of your team or the people who are working with you. Right? So environment that you create, sometimes leaders have a huge blind spot of how they influence others positively, negatively, and what kind of environment that they create, because that impacts on the day the team is going to have, the results that they are going to be able to contribute. So these smaller blind spots in terms of how we approach people, how we impact people, is something which leaders must consciously try to reflect, self-reflect. Because as we grow in leadership roles, what I have also observed is that leaders tend to want to hire people who are just like them. I want a reflection of me. Okay, if that someone is not coming with the same background or same experience as me, that person will not be able to pull off this job. So you have so equated your role in the organization with who you are not able to see that difference. So that's a huge blind spot in building that leadership pipeline, succession pipeline within an organization. So these are some of the aspects which genuinely leaders need to reflect upon as blind spots.
Very interesting the way this particular discussion actually was navigated. If we see what we talked about, there are three things which is actually coming into perspective. Obviously, all the leaders from an organizational perspective at least, they have to take the organization forward. And from business organization side, it is probably for profit, and otherwise if it is not for profit organization, maybe some impact or influence. So one part is the organizational perspective, that how to make the organization agile, how to take everybody inside the organization with you, and how to create value for themselves, because they are not for the organization actually. They have something personal, therefore probably they are working for the organization. So one is the organizational perspective. Second one is the individual perspective. If the leader himself is not good enough, then probably he cannot create a good organization. That is the reason why when you talked about impact, when you talked about empathy, and when you talked about influence, all these things come together so that the leader should be a person who can actually reflect, who is self-aware, and who is not self-focused. And the third perspective that we discussed about is the greater things, like how do the different stakeholders should be managed from the government perspective, from the societal perspective. So what I take is that irrespective of whatever we do, irrespective of whatever the leader defines himself or herself into, there are three things always there to be constant. One is the greater good, either from the societal point of view or from a cultural point of view, etc., etc. Second one is the immediate context, which is the organization in which he or she works, and the characteristic of that organization, but most importantly, the person himself or the person herself who is probably going to lead. I will probably stop here and give mic to our students for the question answer session. We have about, I think, 20 minutes, less than 20 minutes, about 18 minutes for question answer, and then see that what kind of questions which is coming up into the young minds, and whether we can quench their thirst. Is there somebody to give a mic to?
Good morning, panelists. This is Chelsea, PGP Batch 2426. First of all, it gives me immense pleasure to say that seeing a lot of women in leaders give me, it has been really great for me as well. So my question is for Bhavna ma'am. First of all, a very engaging way of moving the discussion around the words and wisdom of Mahabharata. Thanks for that, ma'am. So my question is, as future managers, how can we balance data-driven decision-making with empathy to ensure leadership remain human-centered in an increasingly digital world?
Thank you for the question. So, so basically there are two things that AI will never have, or I will not speak about the future because we don't know that, but as of now AI doesn't have. One is purpose and one is empathy. So this is where humans will always have an edge. So AI might give you the solutions for your problems, and it is learning again from the humans. So the empathy is somewhere where we talk about rehumanizing leadership, or we say that managers should bring in that empathy, should be the final decision makers, though AI can act as an enabler. So when we say that AI will take away jobs, that is not actually true. They are there to facilitate you so that you can do more strategic work, you can get into more ideation, bring in more innovation into the world. So AI, while make it as an enabler for your jobs, but always ensure that you look at the purpose, that why do you uniquely exist, what difference are you going to make in the world, because purpose is what really motivates people to come to work daily. So we have a concept of Urja Devis, which is about empowering the women in rural areas. They take care of our in and out stores, beyond LPG where they sell our products. So here we try to really show the purpose to our employees when they're getting into the role, that they are working on empowering the society, empowering women. They're working in the direction of bringing more brands to rural areas. So when we show this purpose to them, that is when they get really onboarded on the vision of the organization, which AI cannot do. So that is the balance which has to be brought in between AI and human leaders.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. So earlier I had the question with Chirag, but then it's okay. We can take it outside. Thank you.
Someone from here is raising his hands.
Good morning, panel. My name is Rohan Sharma, PGV Batch 2426. First of all, thank you for the insights in the panel. Shruti ma'am, you talked about AI and how AI is becoming integral in HR functions, be it PMS, L&D or TA. However, discussions around biases and transparencies are also coming in different forums and blogs. So we know about how in TA we are navigating that by using mass resumes. I would like your insights on how in other functions we are removing the biases.
Thank you so much for asking this, because the way we are increasing and improvising our efficiency is moving towards automation, and how do we use this latest technology. While we all know about TA, that yes, it's helping us in navigating the tons of resumes which any would get. The next is performance management. For example, in performance management now, AI is helping managers to not just to track the overall performance, but also do the unbiased performance analysis. For example, Netflix has removed the performance rating completely. In City also, we are using AI for enabling managers to see the holistic view of the entire team, and not just so that the personal bias for any team member should not come in. Training is the biggest example. The micro nudges which is sent to the employees are basis the skill which is required for them, and also the assessment which the employees does for themselves in the beginning of the year. So that's how they get the micro nudges of the training. In terms of the career mobility, again, it's helping us a lot, because in City is a global organization and we thrive on mobility, because we believe the leaders cannot be built by working in just one system and one function. So the leaders have to have a breadth of the knowledge, and the career mobility is very important for us. So there also AI is helping us, where again we have done a skill mapping, we have done the entire employee profile mapping. So we would know that, okay, which employee is ready to be moved in which location as per the which position requirement, and it's accessible. So while AI is obviously helping us in everything else, transparency is also something which we are maintaining, which is empowering employees and leaders to take the right decision. And a very simple thing, not just in HR, we have built an internal tool which is called a City Assist, which is now which can draft an email the way I would want, which can make the presentation which I would want to, which can give me the analysis of the presentation if I save the City internal presentation. It can now give the business of, for example, a market analyst would go and talk to anyone for any of the funds. The internal tool assist, the AI assist, is helping them to actually give them the entire competition benchmarking, giving them the market ready speech, talk to the client immediately in just 5 minutes. So just a click of a button, not even 5 minutes. So that's how the AI is going way beyond the talent acquisition or just the data analytics. It's actually now they're part of our daily work. And now, so now we are not very a layered organization, you know. Now we have so many individual contributors managing our own work. How do? We prioritize our work. Okay. So we don't, so because obviously the technology is already helping us in doing the transactional work. So now we can prioritize and we can be much more closer to the humans. We can much more be closer to the employees and the leaders and help them design the talent plan.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Good morning, panelists. I am Gitanjali Udekumar, PGP batch 2426. Thank you for the wonderful insights that you have given today. My question is for Chirag sir. Quite an interesting anecdote about the footwear company, sir. But my question is, where do we draw the line to know what's okay and what's not okay? Because from what I can see it, one can always put a positive spin on it by saying that it was just a friendly hazing, the name of quote-unquote culture. So as a person who's soon going to be an MT, how do I identify such extremities?
Thank you so much. Please have a seat. Yeah? Okay. I think a couple of things I already covered. I'll go into a little bit of depth in that. One is, as I said, you know, in the same case of Rajiv, right, where he was in that footwear brand, he was just in the system, as I said, for 6 months. There were a couple of people who were there for 2 years. When Rajiv went to them and spoke to them casually about it as the HRBP, all those who were there for more than 1.5 to 2 years found it very normal, right? So I repeat that if it is happening for years, or if it has been happening for a couple of years, or instances have happened, it does not mean it is normal, right? Now, when I say it is normal or not normal, it's also about perspective. Maybe they were conditioned in last couple of years, or out of fear, those folks said that this is normal. But also it can be the way where they're okay with it, and they are also similar kind of leaders or future potential leaders who will be going in that direction, right? So one part is to identify, but the second aspect is to see what is your alignment, right? I am nobody to say that this, to me or to that person, was this kind of behavior was on the fence to most of them. Till date, I remember this conversation happened in 2015 with me, and I till date remember where people always took sides. Somebody said it is the mistake of the management trainee, somebody said it is the mistake of the leader, right? But there were some people who were on the fence thinking that maybe he was right, she was right. It took some years to also realize that no, that wasn't my personality, and hindsight I feel it is not right. So sometimes I feel it is also person to person that the traits differ, but to identify, look for, as ma'am said in one of the last conversations in her leadership talk, she said that look for avenues similar to POSH. If there are, why there are no cases, right? Means that there is a possibility that there was no channel or medium given for open communication, right? Do you want to be part of such cultures? Why people are not openly coming forward and communicating? Because there might be certain history where people didn't take it in the right spirit when somebody raised a question on POSH, right? Look for other red flags where she also spoke about favoritism, right? Are you somebody who's seeing that a loudspeaker is promoting people who are aggressive all the time? Look for those flags where you see that similar kind of personalities, as Ms. Vishwa said, are being promoted or are going up the ladder, right? Couple of red flags are these. Given the positive time, we can discuss more outside as well. I hope I could answer. Yeah, thank you.
My name is Anjana, 2426. So many of us joining as AI consultant, and one of the favorite area where we will AI is in the HR. And like right now, the most of the department where we can transform, where we can inculcate is HR. So my question is this: when we are discussing of efficiency versus empathy, so when we are pitching in HR, and the HR is becoming most of the mechanistic department because of the most of the job cut came through AI is in HR, how we can discuss of the empathy, because empathy is somehow is customized approach, what is required. When the HR as a function is becoming too much dominated by the AI or the technology, how we can discuss further culture in this scenario. So my question is with Bhavna ma'am.
Like you mentioned, that AI is affecting HR jobs a lot. So, that is also an issue with HR. See, if some technology can replace you, that means you are not upskilling or reskilling yourself. So, AI, like I mentioned, has to be an enabler. So, when we look as HRs, we have to be very futuristic. We need to think beforehand as to where the talent landscape is proceeding, how is it evolving, how our people in our organizations are growing, and are we really looking at their capability development in the right time? Because now, as skills and competencies are changing overnight, we have to really plan the learning and development cycles, the competency development cycles well in advance. So we always knew that AI is coming. So that is why future focused organizations have to create those kind of opportunities within, have to upskill and reskill the HR in other areas where they can support. And like I said, that AI is only an enabler. It will never replace a human mind. It is learning from the human mind. The source is the human mind finally. So we are much, our thinking capacity is much more than AI. AI has power over multiple human minds, and that is how it is. Maybe an individual capacity, it is more than me, but not as a team or as an organization. We are so many minds together. So the approach right now is that we upskill ourselves in areas where we can become strategic partners, strategic thinkers, look at areas to innovate better, build in a culture where technology acts as only an enabler. And that is how our jobs will never be lost. In fact, we will be the people look up to, because we are the people creating opportunities for businesses.
I'm Abhishek Hadwal. Previous hire a replacement for me. While hiring, the tendency was to look for someone like me. I like myself, but I know that the skill sets required are can do the job then. Vishma, like you said, that this is one of the inherent biases that we have. Is there any way that we overcome this? May be able to look forward to other personality types, but do overcome this?
Thank you so much for the question. I suppose this is a generic human tendency as well, right? And that's why you are still a budding youngster. And if we talk about the senior leaders, the trajectory remains the same, where we are all looking at someone like our own selves to as a replacement or to be someone who will back us up in our role. I think, like we spoke about, the first thing is definitely reflection and self-awareness as an individual. And that only comes when you are spending that time on understanding that how you have impacted the various aspects of your job that you are performing and the people that you have impacted. So first is self-reflection. As far as an organization is concerned, we have created multiple touch points within the organization where there are opportunities for leaders to learn from youngsters. So we do have a mentoring program, but that also facilitates reverse mentoring. We do have opportunities where the senior most leaders are interacting with the next generation leaders and their approach on actual challenges that the organization is facing and how they would approach them and resolve those challenges. So this gives a sort of a newer perspective to people in terms of how maybe they have not been approaching aspects of their role which the next generation is ready to approach, right? So this is the role which we as learning and organization development team or the HR team as a whole, we play, the role that enables this kind of understanding between generational leaders. So that is where this kind of impact creation happens, where people understand that, yes, maybe I was an effective leader, I am still a leader who can lead this role, but in the future, the direction that the organization has set for itself, maybe there is something different, something more than what I have brought to the table needs to be brought up. So those reflection points are very important because sometimes self-reflection doesn't happen on its own. You need to enable that. right? That's where our tools like a 360 degree or a development center, or these are the tools which we use which enable that kind of a dialogue, or then special opportunities created where they are able to see that how problem solving can be different from somebody else's perspective and can bring more lasting impact within the organization. I hope I have answered your question.
We'll take the last question.
I'm Akshay Sharma, PGPS 2426, and I would direct my question to ma'am. Ma'am, when we work across a skilled team, which is quite agile to learn new skills as well as can adapt to any cultural, when we take such sense of change, so how much focus we keep on productivity as well as on retention? Because if we go too much on productivity, the quality of talent pool we may lose. And how have been your experience?
So this is very critical activity when we do talent reviews. So identifying the high potentials in the organization is very critical. And when we say how we can have a channelized development program for them so that we have talent pipeline or future leaders in the organization. So if someone is, and when we do so, most important thing is, as a lot of people over here during panel discussion have also talked about, is individuals' willingness to go extra mile, right? That plays an important role. Over here, see, technical aspects could be learned, but the most important thing is what an individual's behavior is, aptitude is, and approach is towards taking up new opportunities or challenges. So going extra mile, willingness from within to take up what is coming ahead. So having positive approach to it. Having skill is not the only thing, I would say. I would say mindset, attitude, and behavior is something which takes us to a leadership position or development into our career as well. And that's what organization also look for in an individual when we plan for talent pipeline and when we plan for future developments as well, future leaders as well.
Madam, before we wrap up, I have a small question, the same question for each one of you. If there is one word or two words probably, which you think that our students at this stage of their career should take away from this panel discussion from the leadership perspective, what are those one word, two words, or probably one word? Each one of you, I want them to just remember that word, if not anything else.
I would say collaboration and going extra mile.
Excellent.
Be curious learner.
I think be adaptable to change or evolution.
Great.
One word, take away from here. Okay. Values.
I would say purpose. Be clear on what you really want.
I think that has summed up everything. To add any more words to it will just be a repetition of what has already been said. But yeah, be open, be willing, and be ready. So openness, willingness, and preparation is something which organizations are looking for from youngsters like you.
Excellent. So one of the very famous authors, you might have probably read him, Richard Bach, and he has several books. One of the book is One, which is one of the very famous books. And when you were very young, then we used to read that book. So there is a sentence in that book that what you call truth is nothing but constant, continuous conspiracy of circumstances. So circumstances is not what under your control. A good leader is which will probably make the circumstances a little bit better for himself or herself, for the organization, and for everybody else. And I hope whatever we took out from this particular panel discussion will make the circumstances a little bit better for you and for us. With that, thank you very much, and it is a privilege being in this particular panel. It is a privilege being with you, madam and such.
A heartfelt thank you to our distinguished panelists for sharing their profound insights and experiences. Your reflections on leadership redefined, building agile, ethical, and human centered leaders have not only enlightened us but also provided invaluable guidance for our own leadership journeys. A special thanks to Professor Saroj Kumar Pani for expertly moderating this engaging session and bringing out the best from our own panelists.
The depth of knowledge and the practical wisdom shared today underscore just how critical this redefinition of leadership is. Stories and strategies from our panelists have illustrated how embracing agility, ethics, and a human-centered approach can drive transformative change both individual careers and organizations. We hope you found the discussion as inspiring and enriching as we did.
Now, I request our respected moderator to present a token of gratitude for our esteemed guests as a small gesture of appreciation from IIM Raipur for their valuable contributions. Ms. Suparna Tandon.
Sri Chirag Suchak.
Ms. Vishwa Bhatt.
Ms. Shruti Srivastav.
Ms. Bhavna Menon.
Ms. Deepika Jain.
I would now like to invite our respected faculty, Professor Manojit Chattopadhyay, to felicitate our gracious moderator, Professor Saroj Kumar Pani, with a moment. We request all the panelists and moderator to gather for a photograph.
As we take a moment to reflect on the ideas and strategies discussed, we invite you to join us for a high tea break. This will be a wonderful opportunity to further discuss the themes of today's session, network with fellow attendees, and continue the stimulating conversations sparked by our panelists.
We will reconvene at 11:55 a.m. for the next exciting session of our HR Summit. Thank you all for your engagement and see you shortly. Welcome back, everyone. We hope you had a refreshing break and engaging conversations. As we resume the HR Summit 2025, we are excited to introduce our second panel discussion of the day, Leading with Conscience, Redefining Corporate Ethics for the Modern Workplace.
Leading with conscience, cornerstone of sustainable success in today's transparent world. It is no longer enough to simply follow the rules. Organizations must be truly guided by integrity. The ability to prioritize stakeholder trust, champion ethical decision making, and build a culture of psychological safety is what sets great leaders apart.
It is my pleasure to introduce our distinguished
mining. He spearheaded transformative initiatives like Mission Nachiketa, Mission Sudesh, and Mission Mitwa. His exceptional leadership has earned him numerous accolades, including the Udyog Ratan Award and Leadership Innovation Excellence Award in 2020. He has also served as the General Secretary of the ISM Alumni Association. We are honored to have you, sir.
Next, we have Shri Rahul Ghai, General Manager HR, who leads talent acquisition advisory, campus placements, and diversity initiatives at CBRE South Asia Private Limited. He brings over 12 years of recruitment expertise, including 5 years in leadership. Throughout his career, he has led strategic hiring initiatives and collaborated with global teams to enhance recruitment processes. His experience spanning leadership hiring and talent strategy includes previous roles at Hedrick and Struggles and ABC Consultants. A strong advocate for diversity and campus engagement, Sri Rahul drives innovative talent acquisition practices that strengthen CBRE's employer brand and support its vision of building future-ready teams. We are honored to have you, sir.
Now we have Shri Parvez Siraj, Chief of Staff GTO at Lupin Limited, a strategic business leader with over 18 years of experience. He specializes in strategy, business transformation, and change management. He is recognized for driving profitability and manufacturing excellence across diverse industries, from consulting and pharmaceuticals to automotive, with extensive global exposure. An alumnus of NIT Silchar and IMT Ghaziabad, his credentials include Six Sigma Master Black Belt, PMP, and Emotional Intelligence Coach. A trusted advisor to CXOs, Sri Parvez is also a sought-after speaker and visiting faculty at premium institutes like the IIMs and IITs, sharing insights on leadership and transformation. We are honored to have you, sir.
Next, we have Shri Bhimsha LT, National Head Tractors Farm Machinery Business, a seasoned business leader with over 23 years in India's automotive and tractor farm machinery sector. At the Mahindra & Mahindra Swaraj division, he nationally leads the tractor trail farm machinery business, managing portfolios exceeding Rs 2,000 crore and transforming underperforming markets. Previously at TAFE Limited, he expanded regional revenue fourfold, earning national awards for sales and customer care. An alumnus of SCM HRD Pune, he has completed executive programs at IIM Calcutta, ISB Hyderabad, and IIM Ahmedabad. Passionate about sustainable agriculture and leadership development, continues to empower rural growth through innovation. We are honored to have you, sir.
Finally, we have Sri Nanda Rakanchat, a veteran HR leader now serving as a strategic HR advisor and mentor. Following a distinguished career as the Chief Human Resources Officer of Tata Chemicals, where he dedicated over a decade, he now guides businesses as a freelance advisor. His career includes key leadership roles such as CHRO at Tata Communications and General Manager at Amara Raj Batteries. Sri Rakanchit is a recognized expert in employee relations, talent management, and organizational development. He exemplifies decades of impactful strategic leadership and expertise in corporate governance within the corporate sector. We are honored to have you, sir.
Guiding today's discussion is Professor M. Kannadasan, a professor of finance at IIM Raipur. Holds a PhD in finance from Anna University. He has received his bachelor's degree in commerce from Madras University, a master's in business administration from Bharatiyar University, and a master's in foreign trade from Pondicherry University. Before joining IIM Raipur, he has worked with Bharati Dasan Institute of Management to teaches courses namely financial reporting and analysis, corporate finance, security analysis, and portfolio management. He is the recipient of the 4th Asia's Best B School Awards, Best Professor in Financial Management 2013 from the CMO Asia with CMO Council in Singapore and the USA. Thank you for joining us, sir. I would like to invite Professor M. Kannadasan to welcome our guest with a bouquet. Shri Prem Sagar Mishra.
Shri Rahul Ghai.
Shri Parvez Siraj.
Shri Bhimsha LT.
Shri Nanda Rakanchit. I would now like to invite our respected faculty, Professor Parikshit Charan, to welcome our gracious moderator, Professor M. Kannadasan, with a bouquet.
Let's dive into this engaging discussion and explore how our panelists are championing a people-first approach as a significant business strategy for organizational success. Professor M. Kannadasan, the stage is all yours.
Very good afternoon to all of you. I know you people are much aware about leadership. As far as leadership is concerned, I believe it is easy to say within four walls. And it is easy to tell on a theoretical perspective. But it's much more challenging to practice it, what we spoke about that, and what we think about that. It needs significant courage and conviction. Okay? So today we have esteemed speakers from diverse industries. When I'm during my informal interaction, I heard about their achievements, its volume about leadership skills, it talks about that. And today we are going to hear from those experts what they preached and practiced together. That is more important. Practice is more important rather than preaching. This session that we plan to have certain questions and they are going to answer it from their own practice, and we are going to get valuable insights from those people. I think that's let me start with that ethics means in the industry. Generally, we talk about first name, it always comes about from Tata. Tata means ethics, trust, that is no value proposition when you buy a product or when you go and work with them. So always it's taught with that. So I request that our Nandaji to share how the leadership or what is the role of leadership in fostering in ethical ecosystem in each and every company. Without the ecosystem, whatever we talk about ethics, it cannot be practiced. So I wanted you to share your experience with various organizations wherever you worked, and primarily you worked with Tata. So how you created the ecosystem where the current leaders or previous leaders practiced ethics.
Yeah, thank you and good afternoon to everyone. You know, in any summit or conference, there are two most difficult sessions to do. One is the one just before lunch and the second one is the one after lunch. And the first one is always challenging because everybody is expecting to go for lunch. You know, they don't want to listen to the topic. The second one is the reverse followed where people have had a good lunch, they would like to have a snooze rather than listen to the conversation. But I think the subject, at least as far as ethics is concerned, is something which will keep all of us awake. That much I can guarantee you. Coming back to the question that Professor has asked, I think there are many things that you can do. You know, there is not just one thing that will work in every context. It really has to be contextualized to what the organization is going through and what sort of challenges it would have. Fortunately, at least in the Tata Group, I think it is probably a legacy that the founders have left behind for us. So if you really look at, you know, most of what we are doing today is actually the spirit and ethos which the original founders set up the organization. And that's something which I think strongly permeates right through. But very important for all of us to understand is that with passage of time, with competitors environment coming in, some of these things can get diluted. And it is quite normal, you know, when today's, whether it is a financial market or the shareholders are always looking at quarter-to-quarter performance of the company. There can always be pressures on the companies to do things which are short-term, sometimes unethical, because they have to meet a market obligation or a performance obligation that is going to determine their market cap or their value. So it becomes a very important element as to what do you do in the company in terms of making this as an important element to capture and then sustain for future. I'm sure that all of you, if you have time, you can go back and Google an interview that Mr. Tata had with one of the famous journalists at that time. I think it was Fareed Zakaria, if memory is right. And the question that was asked was that to Mr. Tata, and this is about when the Tata Group was not as global as what it is today. It was still a very predominantly India-centric company. And the question asked was that you manage such a large enterprise and there are multiple businesses, multiple stakeholders, different competitive pressures, and how can you guarantee that every single employee in the company will continue to operate in a very ethical manner? And Mr. Tata was very open and frank about it. He said, I have no magic wand. There is nothing that I can do to ensure that everybody will be ethical at all points of time and all the dealings right through their employment with us. So there's nothing that I can do to make sure that happens. But he said, I can only promise one thing. Anywhere in the system, it does not matter who that person is. Maybe the lowest employee or maybe the highest CEO of the company. If anybody does something unethical, the group will not hesitate to take action. I think that was a clear message that he gave. And I have seen it, you know, having been apart from handling the HR function in the group, I've also had the opportunity to lead the ethics function for both the companies I have been associated with as the Chief Ethics Counselor. And because of that role, I've also been pulled into some of the very complex ethical investigations at a group level and involving other companies. So they wanted an independent perspective so that they can look at what has happened. I can tell you for sure, obviously I can't share names in this conference, but there have been cases where we have had to take action even at senior management and including certain board members if what they did was unethical. And we have not hesitated to take that action. And so this is one very common thread, very strong thread that runs through the companies. It does not matter what business, what role you perform, but this is non-compromisable. That, you know, Tata, some of you may be aware, is one of the most unusual conglomerates where there's very little of corporate-driven guidance. Like I've been the group for about 20 years. I have not required in my role go and seek approval of group HR for anything. And this is applicable to all companies in the group, not only to me. But there's one thing that is common for all the companies. And that one thing that is common is your right to use Tata in your company name comes only when you sign an agreement. This is called a BEP, Brand Equity and Brand Promotion, which allows you the right to use the Tata in your company name pay a royalty to the holding company, which is Tata Sons. And along with that right, you're also obligated to adopt the Tata Code of Conduct. You don't have a choice. So it says you have to follow the Tata Code of Conduct, and that gives you the right to use Tata as your name. And you also need to follow the Tata Business Excellence model. So these are the only two items that in my experience that I have seen is what is mandated by the group across all its companies. Everything else is left to each company to decide with their respective boards and with their MDs what is best for their organization. So that's one part. How does this get translated as an operating phenomenon? So if you really look at every company, the MD and CEO is designated as a principal ethics officer for that entity. And he or she, whoever is in that role, will have a chief ethics counselor who does the operational part in terms of making sure that the process are running. The chief ethics counselor is then supported by a team of ethics counselors across locations, across functions, across workforce segments to ensure that there is a constant program that is happening right through the year to drive this importance of ethics and the awareness of ethics. Now, very importantly, I used to have a requirement of presenting it back to the board every quarter. What has been our ethical initiatives that we have done? What sort of ethical misconducts have been reported? What sort of actions we have taken? And not only we present it to the board, we also actually at the end of that conference, when we have the quarterly communication happening with the entire employee base, we share the same information back to the employees. So which means what happens very clearly is, let's assume a company has got 50 ethics concerns that happened during a quarter. We don't mention which person, all that we don't mention. We just bucket them into broad categories. And we tell the entire employees that we received complaints in these 3 or 4 important buckets. Of this, we investigated, we found X% had no merit in it. We have therefore removed them. The balance, we have taken action. And the action goes of various types. The extreme one being where you sometimes separate the employee because of the nature of the misconduct, or you issue a warning or counseling, whatever be the thing. The same process is followed not just for employees. It may be an ethical misconduct by a vendor or by a channel partner or by a distributor. The same process is followed. I have been involved in cases where we have removed distributors and dealers because it is something which is very unethical to the customers. And therefore we said, you can't partner with the Tata company if you behave like this. This is the thing. So this is the way I would say that the process of doing ethics is not single. And I can always tell you that even though I was ethics counselor for the entire, almost 20 years that I was with the group across these companies, there is still, I can never at any point of time say that, I've done all that is required to be done. I don't need to do anything. It is not, I will never reach that stage because we are working in a very dynamic environment. There are new people joining the company, there are new channel partners, vendors. So obviously this becomes something that we have to keep reinforcing and building as we go forward. The only thing which I can tell you is that there are 3 important elements that one has to keep in mind when it comes to creating an ethical ecosystem. One, there is a role of leadership. There is very clearly what leadership has to set as tone, direction, and I would say rigor in the process. The second person who has to play the role is the manager. I think every manager of team is responsible for the teams that they manage. And they have to be clear that the teams have to do things in an ethical way. That's the role of being a manager. The last and the most important is always the individual. I think every individual who joins a group or who joins a Tata company does not have this as a choice. He or she has to be ethical. He or she must not only be ethical, but also be willing to upfront raise issues if they find something unethical happening. That is a responsibility we cast on that particular employee. I think if these 3 segments can come together and make sure that they are doing what is supposed to be done in their respective roles, in course of time, you will create a highly ethical organization. Will you ever reach a stage where you say that you're most ethical, nothing more needs to be done? The answer is no. You have to constantly keep doing this, and you will always have different issues that will come up because of the changing nature of the social dynamics or the environment, but never lose sight of this focus. So these are my opening comments, and thank you, Professor.
Sir, I understand from your views or experience, creation is relatively easy, but sustaining is more challenging. And as well as there is no, even though you create a good ecosystem and the leadership keep changes, sustaining and maintaining that ecosystem, it lies on with the next leader, subsequent or successor to the leadership, right? So I request that is no, this is a good question to that Magendra and Magendra Shri Bhimshad ji. That is no, you have come across various leadership in your experience. So can you throw lights on that? What are the various challenges that you come across to maintaining the integrity of the leadership in maintaining the ethics or ethical leadership?
Yeah, thank you, sir. First of all, thanks to IIM Raipur for inviting me for the panel discussion, leading with ethics. Like, just 1 minute, I would like to give little brief about myself, what actually profile I'm handling. I'm a national sales head, and there are more than 550 team members are there with me, and around 1200 dealers across India. And there are multiple functions report to me: marketing, operations, finance, then supply chain, then IT, digital transformation team. So many departments report to me. In Mahindra, you must have seen our Anand Mahindra is very active on Twitter. You know, he has more than 10 million followers. In Mahindra, we follow E-cab behavior. What is E-cab? Like E-cab is every individual in Mahindra, that is a kind of a practice everybody has to practice. First is bold. E I will come later. First I will talk about bold. What is bold? Like for example, if you see, I am a big follower of Bollywood, you know. I saw Om Shanti Om movie. उसमें एक कहावत है, अगर आप दिल से चाहोगे कोई भी चीज, पूरा आपको कायनात आपके साथ में जुड़ जाएगी. एंड इन द सेम वे, अगर आप वॉरेन बफे का एक कोट देखेंगे आप, इन दैट ही क्लियरली सेड, to build a organization reputation or a culture, it takes more than 20, 30, 40 years. But to damage, it will take only 5 minutes. So being bold is definitely good in the organization. Bold is what? Like for example, for me, selling a 2 lakh tractor for this current financial year, that is a bold target. Last year we sold 1,60,000. This year we are going to sell 2 lakh tractors. But that is achievable, and in collaboration with all the department, that target has been arrived. But to practice in day-to-day life, we have to achieve bold. In sales, what actually happen during the month start and month end, there will be a lot of firefight and discussions will happen. Sometime, you know, it go up to 9:30, and daily you will get 300, 400 calls. And you go to dealerships also. Like when we visit dealerships, I had 2 to 3 incidents which are not ethical. I mean, I don't want to quote the state and dealer name. We have 1,200 dealers. So what actually he offered is like, sir, let's come to our house. We'll have a dinner and drinks together. So my around 7 team members were there, all the department team members. And that was leading with conscience, right? So company has not said where to visit. There are a lot of policies and places, okay? But having a dinner with a dealer, there is policy definitely, but there is a limitations. So I took a decision not to go. But my state head, RM, everybody is saying, sir, if we go, he is a 500 crore turnover dealer. He will be naraz ho jayega. Or he is in the rural place. So, ho sakta hai competition dealership le le. I told, see, we have to practice our values. We cannot compromise on some of the basic value. If we go to his house and terrace, have a drinks, so that doesn't fit in our values. So that is kind of a bold practice. We have to practice in our organization. Agility, second. The agility, definitely, it sounds well. कि हाँ वी शुड बी एजाइल, स्पीड होना चाहिए, ऐसा करेंगे वैसा करेंगे, फाड़ेंगे, समथिंग लाइक दैट. बट ए लीडर हु इज एजाइल, because once we set a bold target, it is expectation that the dealer should be agile with a proper frame of speed. It's not like that he's not a Superman, Captain America or Iron Man. He should deliver 3 lakh tractors or 4 lakh tractors. With a kind of a speed, whatever we set, state-wise everything, you need to achieve. Last is collaboration. We practice the collaboration. Collaboration is demonstrating each and every individual strength. It is not only collaboration like meeting people, having discussion, having meetings, reviews, plans, marketing plans, supply chain, everything. But how well I understand a person's strength and person weaknesses. What are my strength? What are different guys' strength? Then how we can collaborate and win towards the bold targets. So these are the 3 behavior we practice in day-to-day life. Coming to the E, which I told, E-CAB, right? If a person is demonstrating a bold and agility and the collaboration, if he is not ethical, then we have a zero tolerance policy. In our organization, we practice zero tolerance policy. Now, what actually is a zero tolerance policy? It is not a threat. Okay, so it is like a, there are psychological safety initiatives are there, like Safe to Express. There are designed policies, HR policy, multiple policies are there, entertainment policy, gift policy, travel policy, many policies are there. If a person is diluting from that, there is a committee, discussions happen. 1 or 2 examples I will give. One of the person, first the travel bills and, claimed wrong bills and all. So that is, as per company, it is zero tolerance. So we have terminated him. But one of the person, person, he comes under entertainment and gift policy. What actually during Diwali, normally we exchange gift. There is a policy up to 3,000, 4,000 we can accept gift. There is a policy, it has been in place from the company. So he took the gift of more than 5,000. But dealer told him कि it is sir 3,000 only, जो आपका limit के अंदर आपने बोला उसके अंदर है. But he took that. So we asked bill, he supplied bill also, then he cross-checked, it is more than 5,000. Then it is not a mistake of a person. So he submitted to the organization, because anybody give gift more than 3,000, we have to submit in the organization. So he submitted in organization, put on the paper. So this is, sometimes these kind of things are acceptable. I mean, I'm not saying you have to ask, you have to check the bills. These are the leading with conscience, the how you are taking the decision on the particular situation. That is more important. One of the example I will tell you, like in office, one person joined from IT. He wanted to join tractor industry. So normally क्या होता है tractor में, tractor या automotive में, like month end is to be very, very more than 20 to 30% billing happens actually. Uस time all the functions work. Billing, accounts, finance, retail, financiers, मतलब जितने भी financiers, all financiers work actually. So at that time, he wanted to go home at 6 p.m. Every day he started going 6 p.m. So then that was a business need. Policy says कि 5-day working policy from the company. But on that day, particular day, he need to be there more than 2 to 3 hours to ensure the business. Because if he goes, then entire the complete collaboration channel broken. So this is a need of the hour. So that is not under the policy, but it is a leading with conscience. It is not unethical, taking decisions on the situation. But in the mid of the month, he can go at 4 p.m. by sending WhatsApp to the boss, sir, I have some my personal appointment, personal something, I am going today. So if he is informed and there is some urgency of medical, so then it can be acceptable. So there are lot of these kind of things, comes under. So what actually I have plotted the different leaders into 4 brackets. 1, the role models who practice the leadership abilities and the values and ethical and integrity. Second, the manipulators. I have seen people in my life, like manipulators. They are practicing the leadership. They are saying I'm great leader, but they're not practicing the value. They're not practicing the integrity, and we put them into, IC members. I'm a POS IC member, internal IC member, and 3 to 4 cases I handled, and one of the case we terminated a person based on the unethical practices. So the third is the honest. In the 4 quadrant, one is the role model, second is the manipulator, third is the honest person who don't have the leadership quality but practicing the values and integrity of the company. So we put them into the training. Third is the passive leader who don't practice leadership values, leadership or integrity, anything. So we kept them into a passive, then PIP and all process we do. So this is what actually I wanted to share from my experience.
Sir, I take a lead from you that you say that though the process in place, we are trying to maintain it, there is a unethical behavior still prevails, right? And this is no prevalent to all sort of, not only private or public, all organizations are facing this. And particularly this unethical leadership or unethical issues primarily faced on more on research-oriented organizations, especially when it comes to that, like a pharma, right? Various other R&D activities. Today that we have with us, that is Parvesh Ji, which is coming from pharma background, and there is a scope of having more unethical activities in terms of research and other things. Possibilities are there in pharma other than any other organization. And if you could throw your experience on then how you are, preventing measures that you are putting in place to prevent the unethical behavior in your organization.
Okay, so first of all, if you talk about my experience, I'm just 13 months old in pharma industry. Prior to that, I have spent more time in consulting. And the beauty of my experience is I have not only worked in blue chip companies or MNCs, but also very small companies. We call it as a Lala company, right? So very high profile or high level of integrity like Tata. So we were engaged with Tata Chemicals as well in one of the engagements, and also did a lot of work with many companies where we saw many unethical behaviors, right? I will hold the pharma industry, but I will definitely talk about if we have an unethical behavior in the organization or there is an unethical leadership, how does it impact to the overall organization? Will it be fine if I take it up that way?
Wanted how it impacts on the organization culture.
Okay, exactly. So before we talk about the, unethical leadership, let me start with the culture part. So there is a saying that if you want to work on culture, don't paste it on the wall. You have to practice it, right? Because culture is more like a fragrance. You don't have to say there is a fragrance or not, right? If there is a good culture, it will thrive. If it is a bad culture, automatically comes up. And we have been talking so much about, toxic. How many of you are on LinkedIn, by the way? Amazing. Those who are not, I'm sure by the time you will reach home, you'll do that. So there are so many posts you will see in LinkedIn, even in Twitter or in many social media, talking about the, toxic culture. And as per my experience goes, whatever I have observed, the toxic culture starts with unethical behavior, right? So, I'll just share one personal experience from my side as well. There is one thing I used to quote during my, work with my managers and all, that do the right things, not do what is right, not what looks good. And I have observed many of my managers, whenever I said, okay, put up this graph which shows there is a performance declining, and by the time the presentation will be presented to their boss, that graph is removed. People will only show what looks good. And it takes guts to say what is the right thing, right? But again, it depends upon person to person, company to company. If a company really admires what is transparency means, right? Because if you are transparent, if there are some certain issues, it's okay. We will work upon it, we'll improve. But if they suppress transparency, automatically next time nobody will come up and voice it over. So if you talk about, so let's get back to the main topic, that the unethical leadership, how does it impact to the or to the company also, the culture also? In my view, there are 2-3 things. We'll just share my perspective. One thing is like the trust, it just evaporates. So if we see our leaders, they are flaunting these standards, or whatever rules are being set up, they flaunt, automatically nobody will trust in. So leaders have to walk the talk. If they say that we believe in POSH, they have to live with it. If they believe that empathy or you can say work-life balance is important for us, they should live with it. It should not be just on words, but they should walk the talk. So leaders should kind of show that kind of level of trust. The second thing is like the engagement drops drastically if there is a unethical behavior from the leadership team. And I was just hearing in the last you can say discussion, as per the Gallup study, if there is a higher level of engagement in companies, they have almost 20% more revenue and profitability. I'm not sure like this percentage of 20% is how far it is kind of there, but this is what I heard, and it really resonates. I have seen companies where there is a level of engagement where employees are engaged, they really put their heart and soul into it. Automatically the company, because they believe there is a level of conviction, they believe there is a level of belongingness in the company. And if you look at, if whenever we hear the name of Tata, for example, any employees who is working with Tata, they don't say I'm a Tata employee. They say no, I'm a Tata family member, right? So that is a belongingness they talk about. So they don't just work for the company; they are imbibed into it. And the third piece, probably, which I feel is also the reputation part. So it cracks the reputation. It is not only internally and externally, but also not only internally but externally as well. Because whatever the culture is, ethical or unethical, especially unethical, everybody gets to know. And especially in today's world, a very small mishappening or any POSH related issue, it goes through WhatsApp, and whatever shape and size it will take up, we don't know. So these are like very big impact in terms of the engagement, in terms of the reputation, and also I said the trust level. These are like big you can say losses to the company, and we should probably look very deeply on the ethical behaviors.
You mean to say that there is no employees to be engaged in such a way that they need to achieve the creating the culture and maintaining the culture, right?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Right. Actually, mostly there is we do have a different eco-business system. Here it is private player and public sector company, all are part of that. And generally there is when it comes to the public sector, generally they are compliance centric rather than commitment. Okay, there is this I have to do this call as per the rule, as per the law, as per the things. But generally there is how that is the leadership, ethical leadership, trying to convert the compliance into commitment and commitment into engagement. I think that right now that we having here Prem Sagarji, he spent lots of experience in compliance oriented organization. So how you translated your compliance part into commitment and engagement at the employee so that the organization be successful and following the ethical leadership.
Pranam, a very good afternoon. I am Raipur. Respected panelists over here, respected faculties, and the learned wisdom under the roof. At first, thank you. I am Raipur for giving me opportunity to be here. The question asked is, I think, some sort of a question which I have to defend on behalf of the government or the government sector. And that also I come majorly from the coal sector. So, regarding the coal, there is a saying that काजल की कोठरी में कैसे उनसे आनो जाए, एक ली काजल की लागी है पलागी है. So where the coal is like, so blamed, whereas if you look into and introspect into the history of the human civilization, coal has played a major role. But anyway, the question is that how to move from compliance-based culture to the commitment-based culture. So basically, the question is regarding the movement. When we talk about movement, if you have to move something from one place to another place, means there has to be some sort of delta X. I'll start defending the government sector from the very beginning. That, because of the increased public scrutiny and the generational shift because of this Gen Z work culture, the new workforce work culture, because of the complexity, because of the scale, and because of so many geopolitical forces and the pressures, the work culture in government sector is also changing very fast. So you cannot put two silos or two extremes that in government sector, it's only the compliance-based culture, in the other sector is like the commitment-based culture. So basically there is a continuum. So to start with, like where we are, the force applied will depend upon that one. So if already there is some commitment in the organization over there, then might be that dx by dt will do that. But if that speed is not there, that velocity is not there, then we have to go for d2x by dt square. We have to accelerate that commitment level. And if it's very slow or it's at the moment of, suppose, point of inertia, then might be that we have to go for dx3 by dt cube. The jerk has to be given. Either the velocity has to be provided, or the acceleration has to be given, or the jerk is to be provided. Basically, it emanates from majorly three parts. First, it is a conscious leadership choice. Second, it is a sort of disciplined mindset. And third, it is the, a sort of commitment which is not the individual commitment, but the collective commitment. When we talk about the first two aspects, the conscious leadership choice and the disciplined mindset, I think Buddha Charita can explain it in a better way when it says that Buddham Sharanam Gacchami, Dhammam Sharanam Gacchami, Sangham Sharanam Gacchami. Buddham Sharanam Gacchami means be loyal to your boss, be loyal to your superior, be loyal to your mentor, be loyal to your guide, be loyal to the person for whom you are working. Like Harish Chandra, like the principle of deontology enumerated in the Immanuel Kant's principles of deontology, or maybe that if you can take from Gita that yoga karmas kaushalam, karma ki kushalta hi yoga hai, like we are performing our duty to the honest level. But we are in a probably different era. The Satyug is past, the Treta is past, the Dwapar is past. And when we talk about the Kaljug, so I think somewhere 1970s, there was a movie called Gopi, in which the actress asked Dilip Kumar, when he says that Ramchandra kah gaye siya se aisa Kaljug aayega, and so forth. So she asked that kya Kaljug mein dharam karam hoga? Then he says, dharam bhi hoga, karam bhi hoga, lekin sharam nahi hoga. Now this is a big question, that we are performing our duties, we are doing all the rituals, but somewhere that sharam, that shield, that particular trait, personality trait is missing, and that can be better explained by Faiz word. वो लोग बड़े खुशकिस्मत थे जो इश्क को काम समझते थे. वो लोग बड़े खुशकिस्मत थे जो इश्क से काम समझते थे या काम से आसकी करते थे. हम जीते जी मसरूफ रहे, कुछ इश्क किया, कुछ काम किया. And I think that is the situation mostly in the government sectors, कि कुछ इश्क किया, कुछ काम किया. And that's why a sort of conscious leadership is needed over there. Some disciplined mindset is needed there. And when we talk about the collective commitment, so what is the collective commitment? When the head, the hand and the heart join together, when we talk from the Purans or the Ved, and it says that Sangha Chaddam Sang Padadvam Sango Manansi Jantam, जहाँ गति एक है, मति एक है, लक्ष्य एक है, ध्येय एक है, प्रण एक है, वहाँ पे विजय तो होगा ही. And you can certainly evolve a culture, or you can foster a culture where there is purpose, where the trust can be built upon, where you can provide some sort of psychological safety also, where you can encourage the ownership, and the daily tasks can be converted into some sort of mission mode. Recently on 31st October, when the National Unity Day, Rashtriya Ekta Divas was being celebrated, then the CVC, the Central Vigilance Commission, they give certificates and awards and honors to different PSUs who do some good work in that one. And I tell you, this year, SECL was given again a prize for Jatayu dashboard. Last year, it was given award for Mission Fight. What this Jatayu and Fight is, which we had started there around 4 years back. Jatayu was, all understand that it's the eagle, an animal. When Ravana was taking Sita, so that time he fought against, like, that one, that no, this is unethical, you can't do this. And I'll fight to the last moment for making the ethics intact. In another era, Bhishma was there. He was, like, quite strong, and he was full of wisdom. But he did not say no to some unethical work being conducted in that, like, the court. He died on the bed of the arrows, and Jatayu died in the lap of Ram. Taking a clue from that, we started a system in SECL, say around 4 years back. We told that only out of these 40,000 employees over here, these 40-50 employees of the vigilance department only can't control the things and can't control the ethical things. So unless until every one of us becomes the Jatayu, and with that we started a mission Jatayu, where every employee will work as Jatayu. And we created a dashboard also, and so many things, which was appreciated by CBC, and they awarded SECL. Last year, when it was awarded for, like, Mission Fight, so our thing was that ethics can be attained only when there is fight. But when you fight against something, then there is resistance. There is a resistance to change. But if you fight for something, might be that you are moving with the wind. And that fight was FIT, that is the fairness, integrity, transparency, and equity. That was the acronym which we had created. What does it mean? That if you want to convert the culture of compliance to the commitment, it has to be in the mission mode, and everyone has to come collectively to do that. We all understand that sustainable development, environment, safety, health, and hygiene, that's of paramount importance. Around 7 years back, when I joined as CMD ECL, I tell you, that was a company which was loss-making. And we started taking the things in the mission mode. We created initially in the very first one 2 missions. One was Mission Sudesh, the other was Mission Sanjeevani. Mission Sudesh was because that time the total employee strength was around 62,000. It means we were more than in population than, like, 30, 32 countries of the world. And if you take 4 members in one family, then it was around 2.5 lakhs. So it was around more than 50 countries in the world. So we thought that if you want to become a really good organization, why not to convert it in a Sudesh, Sundar Desh? But that Sudesh was not the simple meaning of that, but it was SUDESSS, that is sustainable development, environment, safety, health, and hygiene. That mission was taken by each and every 62,000 employees. Not only that, but we involved the communities also. And along with that, we took another mission, that was Sanjeevani, because since it was making losses for 30, 40 years, that was a BIFR referred company. So we wanted to revive that. And again, we took example from Ramcharitmanas, where the Lakshmana, when he becomes unconscious, then Sanjeevani is given to him. And on the similar lines, we created Sanjeevani. That Sanjeevani was SA, NJ, IB, ANI, that is SA, systemic advancements, some new jobs, integrated business, and some new initiatives. And the profit for the year 2018-19 was more than 1,500 crore rupees for a company which was making loss for, say, more than 30 years, and that loss was in numbers. So when you take the things in the mission mode, so that helps a lot. The second thing, it is encouraging, like, the ownership. And all the ethics, for me, it's only 2 things, consists of 2 things. First, it is the ownership, and second, it is solving the problems. So making right decisions at the right time and quickly decisions. Because if you don't make the decisions in government sectors, what happens that people, like, delay the decisions. But you have to be very prompt in making decisions, and once you make the decisions, then it always pays. It's empowering the people, and when people feel empowered or the psychological safety, what they get, I think I'll take 2 minutes more. When 40 years back I joined the coal sector, so that time we had studied mining engineering that the coal is being produced, it is being raised. But when I joined the field, it was not, there was no term like production or raising, it was the term hobbies. And people used to say at the end of shift, when I was the management trainee that time, कि तुम्हारा shift में कितना hobbies हुआ. Now I try to find that hobbies in the Hindi dictionary, in the English dictionary. I try to find out from some people from the that is there something in the Urdu or the Arabic or in the Persian. Nobody could tell it. And then I analyzed. It was a personal feeling that if we do some sort of grammatical that sandhi vichhed, so hobbies is ha dhan a dhan b dhan sa. Ha means hai, a se आदर, बी से विश्वास और स्व से सहयोग. जहां कहीं भी पारस्परिक आदर है, पारस्परिक विश्वास है और पारस्परिक सहयोग है, वहीं पर हॉबीज ज्यादा है. Wheresoever there is mutual respect, mutual cooperation and mutual trust to its fullest level, there is the production, there is the result, there is the excellence. Unless until you have got the mutual respect, the mutual trust and the mutual cooperation. So for transforming a government sector even or whatsoever sector it is, once you want to transform it from the compliance based to the commitment based, it has to be a conscious leadership choice. It has to be a disciplined mindset. It has to be a sort of connected commitment or the collective commitment. It has to be done through fostering the purpose that am I doing only the legal thing or the right thing. We have to shift from what and how to why. And once the people come to know those things, they do it. So, sir, this is the initial remark I'll go with.
Great, sir. That actually, you said that there is no decision-making skill is more important, right? We do agree that the corporate is not only for practicing ethics alone. They have to meet the targets. Okay, they have to make profits to satisfy the entire stakeholders. Right, so that whenever that corporate decision making it happens, there is a dilemma. Always it happens whether you are look for more profit or what you can say, a moderate profit with the good practice, ethics practice in the place. So I wanted you to just throw your light on how you are going to balancing profits and ethical practices in your organization. I'll just floor given to the Rahul ji.
Great. So, good afternoon, everyone. First of all, thank you so much, IMR, for giving me this privilege to talk in front of all the future leaders that I can see some of them sleeping, some of them very awake, and some of them very enthusiastic about the things. So, first of all, thank you, Mr. Prem Sagar Mishra, for enlightening. So, as you can hear from him, and basically, I have learned a lot with this 5 minutes of the knowledge that he has given. So trust me, ये ज्ञान का सागर है, ये बहर है. If you don't take it right now, you will lose it out. And we lost it when we were your age, but we are gaining it with maturity, with the things that are aligning. And somewhere down the line, life teaches quite a lot of things. So if I'll give you my introduction, my name is Rahul Ghai. I'm the General Manager, Talent Acquisition, Diversity Initiatives, Campus Placements with CBRE. It's a Fortune 100 company. And when I talk about my experience being in HR, I have this, again, a privilege to see a transformation from being the companies which were headstrong as far as their organizational structures are concerned, to moving to a setup which is more into the culture, where the empathy, where the well-being, as well as the diversity is being celebrated. So somewhere down the line, everybody around us, or particularly the people who will be coming to the corporate, particularly you guys, will have that culture which will make you indulge as far as your inclusion, as far as your well-being, as far as your all-round structured things are concerned. So when we talk about CBRE or particularly the things that we work specifically on the ethics side of it, We talk about it that do the right thing when nobody sees you. This is our agenda as far as being ethical is concerned. So making sure that whatever you are doing, it should be transparent in nature. Your communication, your details as far as your work and everything should be transparent in nature. But all the ethics and everything will come to a conclusion called profit. So I'll give you an example. Have you all heard about Google offices being so lucrative, infrastructure and everything? Right? Every one of us, even those who are sleeping. So nonetheless, no offense, but yeah. So any reasons for this? Anyone? Why they are so lucrative? Everything. There's a cafeteria. Even they have a swimming pool, XYZ stuff and everything. Why is it so? Anyone? Yes. Yes. So it comes under the word called workplace strategy. So once you have every amenity with you in the office, and these guys are giving you all the favorable, what you call as outcomes as far as your every all-round development and everything is concerned, you tend to spend more time in office. That leads to more productivity. So somewhere down the line, it's a strategy to bring in that kind of productivity that will lead to a profit. So 3 things that you need to keep in mind, because profit doesn't go away from ethics. Have you heard about Gensol Engineering? Right, everybody has done. Trust me, they were the best service providers as far as blue cabs are concerned. Have you heard about it? And people were very happy, they have a scheduled cabs and everything was going pretty well for the company and everything. And as soon as the promoters lost on ethics, the day that company closed, trust me, I was heartbroken. Because if I'll be catching a flight of around 6 in the morning, that cab was standing next to my house at 5:30 as per the scheduled time. And I won't be late. My parents won't be late. Even a person who's like very old is reliable on that service. So somewhere down the line, if ethics are not there, it all goes in vain. So 3 things that we need to keep in mind once we are an individual in any organization that we are working for. First is transparency in your communication. I have seen quite a lot of times that we as a newbies, or particularly even when we are old in the system, we just tend to go around with quite a lot of stuff, but we are not transparent with what the detail or the knowledge or even the work that we are doing. So for example, as rightly said by sir over here, that Mahindra has like a sales team where the tractors are not being looked upon, the selling is not looked upon for the initial 20 days. But when it comes to the end of the month, everybody is doing their bit. But you could be a person who's doing it from the very first day and could be lightheaded on the very last day. So there are certain degrees to it as far as your mental well-being, your work and everything is concerned, but you need to be transparent as far as your communication is concerned. Whether you're feeling good, whether you're feeling bad, whatever be the situations that are happening with you, talk to your managers. So even they are human beings and they will listen to you. And currently with the situations right now, leadership is more about listening instead of giving that particular, what you call that, final orders or XYZ stuff in your language is concerned. But it's more about listening and then coming back to the outcome. That's why you guys are privileged to have that kind of cultures in the top organizations that we talk about. Second thing is action speaks louder than words. Trust me guys, if you are not doing your work, if you are just laying around and doing stuff which you guys are not interested for and you have opted for it, it will lead you to nowhere. So whenever you are going for any work, as far as even on the placements or even on the companies and everything, give it your best shot, but make sure your interest lies over there. And once you are with the company, make sure your ethics lies over there. Because as an individual, you will only grow if you're working as per the processes. So what happens is, and particularly with the people on the management trainee side and everything, we as a generation or we call it Gen Z and all these words, or particularly that the jargons that we have given to it, but we are very shortcut. We are the ones which go for the shortcuts instead of going to the long way. But whenever you join a bigger organization, there's going to be a very lengthy way to get to a particular outcome. You need to have that patience level. You can't just skip around the processes and go to a certain level, because it will lead to a something different outcome altogether. I'll give you an example for myself. I was closing a equity research analyst role. It was around, it was for a company called D. Shaw and Corporation, one of the best players in India right now. And even at that time. So I was discussing on the salary of one person. He was at 50 lakhs. And somewhere down the line, I was in that mode that he will get a 20-30% hike and will be happy with that. And I was giving this direction to the D. Shaw team. But if you hear about it from a consultant side, when I came to know how much salary that person got, from 50 lakhs, he moved to 1.25 CR. So look at the delta that person has got and the bonus out of it that I got. So somewhere down the line, I was skipping that process of doing that research about whether this company is giving that kind of profits or particularly that salaries and everything is concerned. I was giving a different direction altogether. If they have closed it at 70 lakhs, trust me, it's going to be a loss for me and nobody else, and loss for the candidate that I'm going with. So that's a shortcut that applied. That doesn't make any sense. Again, with the ethics part, it comes to that front that whatever you are doing, make sure you're doing it ethically. Even if there's certain situations where you feel that the other person is not doing it ethically, and particularly there's a situation arises that he's not doing it, I'm the one doing it and all, you are on the right path. It will lead you to somewhere in the longer run, but in the shorter run, he will go somewhere, but again, it will come back to it as a very bad thing, or particularly will come back to us as an action that will be a reaction to whatever he has done. So make sure you are taking that compliance part and the legal part particularly. Then comes the third part, which comes under mental well-being. Trust me guys, when I joined in the organization, first organization, mental well-being was not the word. We have never heard about this word when we joined an organization. So trust me, when you guys are going for it, all the things as far as taking care of you as an individual, respecting your diversity, whether you are from whether you are a PWD or an other LGBTQ or anything that you have as far as your nationality or any XYZ front is concerned, companies are very accepting, and they have this certain situation where they are more focused towards diversity. So here's the situation comes. If I'll go for a client pitch and I have 5 people with me, all boys, and I'm going for a client pitch to a CEO who's a lady. And will she feel comfortable while talking to all the 6 people over here? Is it a yes or no? There's some yes and some no. But somewhere down the line, if I have that female representation with me in my team, that will lead to a different trajectory altogether, and I may be able to clear that pitch, right? There would be a certain degree of increased chances to get it. So somewhere down the line, all the things that we talk about on ethics, either mental well-being or either on whatever be the situations that we have as far as being ethical is concerned, this will lead to productivity and that will lead to profits. And trust me, all the companies are there for the profit, and even you as an individual are there for the bonuses, for the salaries, for money. And trust me, money is the best factor for any of the individuals that we are sitting around over here. So make sure whenever, be ethical, be productive, and profits and particularly bonuses and salaries will go around in a bigger number. So that's it from my side.
Thank you for your great insight, sir. Actually, we were thought of moving to slightly a different segment. Though that is you are having lots of experience in handling ethical practices in your organization. Handling people is the greatest challenge. That is constantly evolving, and the paradigm is also changing. Most of you are handled millennials who are seen the digital pioneers, whereas now that is no digital nativity people. That's called, that is no Gen Z. So handling this is these people is entirely different from millennials. Due to time constraint, I wanted to take any 2 or 3 people lead in that and share your experience. handling that is millennial and Gen Z, you would have find lots of challenges. If you could throw some challenges, how that is you handle these people, so that when they are going to organization, maybe after most of the second years are in the verge of completing their program, so they are going to join an organization, how can they can get ready to meet your what you can say requirement or challenges?
Yeah, I think as I am just looking at the profile of the audience sitting here, and I'm sure that none of you were even born when probably some of us here started work. That's a reality. And I would say that, we all joined organizations at an era where opportunities were limited, where very few avenues, even as a person starting career, to actually go out, because you're working in organizations which were either in let's say monopolic environment, or they were driven by managers who had a different way of dealing with people. So one of the things that I would like to ask the audience is that you were all starting your career and joining an organization. Would you like to have a boss who's a micromanager, or would you like to have a boss who would give you the freedom to do things that you would like to do? I think the answer is clear, no. But let me tell you, at least I have seen the way the organization shifted, where let's say 20 years back, or even earlier, the predominant management style of dealing people was by lighting fire under their bottoms. That is the style of management, because unless you gave him the threat, telling him, if you don't do this, you will get this penalty, or you will lose your job. That was the way people were getting motivated. But today you actually find in organizations, you try doing the same style of lighting fire under somebody's bottom, that guy will just walk away next day. He's not worried about his job. He's not worried, he or she is not worried about his career or thing. He's willing to take, because that security of what is behind them is much better today than what it was 30 years back. So I always tell my managers today that if you operate in the style that you have been managed 20, 30 years back, and you expect that to work with the new generation, it's not going to work. Today you have to light the fire. I'm not saying you should not light the fire, but the difference is where you light the fire. Don't go and light the fire in the bottom, but light fire inside the belly. Then you will see a very different outcome altogether. And I think that's the most critical part that I see in terms of managing today's generation. I've had opportunity of working with many youngsters who have joined and started their careers in my organization, not directly reporting to, but at least I know they're part of the team. But I always pull them on, and I always bring them out to say that, for this project, you work with me directly. And I've seen all types. I've had a guy about 8-9 years back, exactly at 5 o'clock, he'll get restless in the evening. And he'll come and say, boss, don't disturb me now. Till 9 o'clock, you don't disturb me. And I used to be wondering, when I started my career, if the boss tells me to work something, I would never go. But here you have somebody who's coming and telling me that, don't disturb me, I have something else to do. But I can tell you the level of commitment. After that, after he's finished whatever he want to do out of his personal thing, whatever be the time, he will sit at it and finish it, and only then go leave or make sure it is done. That is the level of commitment. And he will have absolutely no hesitation coming and telling me that, please don't call me before 9 a.m. in the morning, because I'm a late riser. If I have to be in the office at 9:30, I will get up only at 9 o'clock and I will rush. So don't call me till 9 o'clock. But whatever you want to do late, I am willing to do. That is the level of difference I think that you will actually find. So today, if you ask me, the best thing that you can do when all of you get into organization and you have to be part of a workforce of the tomorrow, I see a tremendous amount of opportunity and potential in all of you. Because even the most staid organization or the most conventional organization, you have the opportunity to make a change in the way they work. And that will come only because you are willing to lay the stakes on the table, roll up your sleeves and get involved. And don't hesitate if you find something which is not right or which is not ethical or not appropriate, don't hesitate to flag it. I think that's only been asked that I would have as all of you as people going to join organization tomorrow is that if you are so worried about your individual career, your future thing, you will start thinking of why should I even talk about it? I will be willing to make compromises. But I can tell you out of sheer what I've seen been across, don't get worried about it. Your first 5-10 years is going to decide what sort of a leadership profile you will build for yourself. And these practices, once you start in your formative years, they will stand you in absolutely good measure till you decide to give up your working career, and it does not matter which company, which sector, does not matter. You can make a success. The second element which I wanted to, since you're talking about leading with conscience, I think it's very important for us to understand all of you will move into roles where you will have to take decision on people. It is going to be a part of your responsibility as function heads or as CEOs, the CEOs of the future. Always keep in mind, when something unethical happens, the issue is only with that individual, with that particular behavior he or she exhibited. Don't expand it beyond that. And I'll give an example. Just 2 weeks back, I was called into a conversation because after they had done some inquiry and all that, they said they had to take action on a particular individual and terminate that individual. That was the reason. I was actually doing some other, when at a management center in Pune, I was doing a session. They sent a message. They said, I can't come till 12 o'clock, but you set up a time after 12 in the afternoon. We'll go through it. So I went through the entire case history. Then at the end of it, I was convinced that the action of termination was right. I said, there's no problem with that. It's perfectly fine. But I only asked 2 questions. I said, this guy has been working in that remote location. He lives in a township environment. He has children going to probably school in that local community, in the local township. What is the impact this will create on that? And we have to be conscious about it, because the misconduct is by the individual, not by the family. When you take an action, be conscious about how you will soften the blow. And I remember, I was also at another workshop where one of the former MDs of Tata Group was speaking to us about a similar incident that happened in one of the Taj hotels, where somebody did something misconduct in terms of embezzlement of money and had to be sacked. You will not believe, in fact, he was sharing with us his experience that when he spoke to Mr. J.R.D. Tata, Mr. J.R.D. Tata said, yes, we have to take action, but at the same time he said, I want the company to support his kids' education till they finish education. Because I said, because of this man's action, his family should not suffer. And to me, there's a great example, even in those days, about how do you lead with conscience.
Actually, sir, very short. I think it's lunchtime. We are exceeding. Very short, very quick.
Yeah, I just wanted to add value. If you see, there are 2 aspects. I just wanted to throw light on that. One is adversity quotient, and second is emotional intelligence. The Gen Z who are joining, many Gen Z I work with. Okay, every year around 20 to 25 MT comes, and around 40 to 45 GETs, like graduate engineer trainees, they join us actually. So what actually I found is in terms of adversity quotient, the Gen Z are really having a high level of adversity adoption, I can say. Why I'm saying that? Because millennials, they are worked in set of procedures and set of policies, and they work with set of kind of a work environment. Okay, and Gen Z bringing in, you guys have a lot of digital transformation knowledge, at least I can say. Maybe some of the experience also you must be having, and you are the future leaders, and you know how quickly you can finish the work. So that kind of ability you guys are developing. Most of the Gen Z which actually I interacted. The challenge here is how we can collaborate with Millennium and Gen Z. Okay, Millennium has such kind of working behavior, and Gen Z is coming in. Okay, like Nanda sir rightly said, if a Gen Z is want to come to office at 9:30, you are rushing at 9 o'clock. But millennium, maybe 8 o'clock he will leave. He will be dropping his son to school and coming to office. That kind of a difference will be there. So how you can, you guys can become more and more, adaptable and more collaborate with the millenniums. One of the suggestion I suggest is like, whatever the expertise of digital, intelligence, I can say, or transformation abilities, or whatever the knowledge you are acquiring, like Industry 4.0, digital twin, then IoT knowledge and customer connect knowledge, that kind of knowledge, I am actually experiencing there is low level of penetration for millennium, and there is high level of penetration for Gen Z. So that actually, these kind of abilities you can promote, like how AI in marketing can be more effective. You guys studying, you guys have exposure in some of the organization, maybe 1 or 2 year experience. So that kind of a thing you can put in. Second, like coming to the emotional intelligence, one of the important is self-control, which actually I found there are some gaps in Gen Z. Like normally millenniums, they will say, yeah, 10 tasks. When you come to office, you will have some 10 to 12 discussion will happen. There will be some 10 to 12 tasks. So immediately, they can say, no, mere se nahi hoga. I can do only 5 to 6. That kind of a behavior. So that you can put into a softer way, in a participative way, in a, if you don't know some of the tasks, how to complete it, you take help from them, because millenniums, most of the time, they will be busy. Which is my observation. Why they are busy? Because there are some competencies gaps, which I found. Like around, out of 450 team members who are working with me, 400 are millennium, only 50 are Gen Z. So that kind of a workforce is there. So I think these kind of self-control and participative, understanding what actually your boss is expecting for the particular day, particular week, particular month. So that kind of a participative will definitely help you guys to be more collaborative and more participative and more successful.
Yeah, please.
Hi. So guys, whether it's Gen Z, millennials and all, everything, it's again, I tell you, it's more of a jargon. The word is for every one of us is adaptability. I'll give you an example for this. There was this podcast that I was going through, and it was for Anurag Kashyap. He told that there was this senior of mine, his movie got released, and the first year, second year, third year guys, everybody was there on the theater to watch that movie. And that podcaster asked, why is it so? So he was like, he was the hockey team captain, he was the economics topper, and he was, sorry, my phone. So it's an economics topper and the best theater artist that we have in the campus right now. And so he was like thrilled, like everyone was there from the college and all, and some were standing outside the theater as well. So he was like, that guy was Shah Rukh Khan. So we can all relate to it. That's why he's Shah Rukh Khan, because that guy at that age that we are right now, as far as our education and everything is concerned, he was adaptable to quite a lot of things. And somewhere down the line, he was getting that experience, knowledge and everything. And he's adaptable to that particular situation to grab quite a lot of things out of it. So the only pointer that I have is adaptability is the key. And trust me, it will lead you to quite a lot of success in life. So adaptability is the key for you. Thank you.
Thank you, panelists. And I will not take much of your time. To summarize, I will take only one point, I will say. See, being ethical, sometimes in order to grow in your life, it takes more time. Short route will not help you to survive. I request you to take, this is the major point from all the panelists. You may be adaptability, whatever may be the technology that you have. So always being ethical will help you to grow a little late, but you never, what you can say, let you down. Thank you so much. Due to the time constraint, I'm not unable to take your questions. In informal networking, you may post questions. Panelists are ready to give their views. Thank you so much.
A huge thank you to our exceptional panelists for sharing their invaluable insights on leading with conscience. Their expertise and experiences have highlighted how embedding integrity, championing ethical practices, and building a culture of trust drive sustainable success. Redefining corporate ethics is essential for building resilient organizations and navigating the complexity of today's dynamic business world.
Depth of knowledge, ethics-driven perspectives shared today have truly been inspiring. From sharing foundational principles to providing practical examples, each panelist has contributed significantly to our understanding of how leading with conscience can drive organizational success. We are grateful for the rich discussion and the actionable insights that underscore the power of prioritizing integrity in every business strategy.
Now, I request our respected moderator to present a token of gratitude to our esteemed guests as a small gesture of appreciation from IIM Raipur for their valuable contributions. Sri Prem Sagar Mishra.
Sri Rahul Ghai.
Sri Parvez Siraj.
Sri Bhimsha LT.
Sri Nanda Rakanchat. I would now like to invite our respected faculty, Professor Parikshit Charan, to felicitate our gracious moderator, Professor M. Kannadasan, with the memento. We request all the panelists and moderator to gather for a photograph.
We will now break for lunch. Please take this opportunity to reflect on the valuable insights shared and connect with fellow attendees. We'll reconvene at 2:15 p.m. for the continuation of the HR Summit. Thank you all and see you shortly. Request all the students to please remain seated until the guests leave.